Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm going to ask those in the foyer, please come in, take a seat. What a wonderful day it is. How great it is to look out and see you all. Welcome, I'm Kathi Boorman. I'm the Executive Director for One Door Mental Health and Group Transformation for Mind Australia. Welcome to the 2025 Mental Health Symposium. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land that we are on today, the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation. I'm so happy to see you all. Welcome to those who've attended all past symposiums. And I can look around the room and see many people who've come every year. I think, David, you've been here most years, I think. Wayne, you've been here. It's fantastic. There's only one David. It's wonderful to also welcome back speakers in the speakers who've been on panels with me. Rachel, I'm talking to you. It's lovely to see you. And we have a really full room. And I was really excited. I think early in the week, Gus said to me, "We're sold out." And I think I was rapt today. I posted that on LinkedIn this morning for my socials. I'd like to say soon we'll have the Honourable Rose Jackson MP joining us. I'd also like to welcome Gill, Callister, the CEO of Mind Australia, my colleague and boss, who will be welcoming Rose Jackson to the stage soon. Also, we are online today, so hello those out online. Welcome also. It's great to have you here, and we will be engaging with you during the day as well. The theme for our symposium this year is From Vision to Action, Driving Meaningful Change in Mental Health. It offers us a unique opportunity to play an active and meaningful role in conversation about mental health reform, research, and improving the outcomes for people living with mental health challenges. Through our collective efforts, we're hoping that we can come up with some really cool ideas today. So today is about not just starting the conversation, because you know what, this conversation has been happening for a long time. We're really wanting some action. And so we've got a full room today. We're going to be doing some fun stuff to get your ideas. We'll be doing that after lunch with a bit of fun. So get prepared for that. Last night, not far from here at Parliament House, I joined my Mind Australia colleagues for the Stratford Lecture. It's in its second year, and we were the privileged to have it here in New South Wales. And it provides a platform for lived experience leadership and its ability to drive and deliver mental health system reform, and to honour the late Anthony Stratford's contribution to the lived experience movement. Last year, Ellie Hodges, who you will hear from today, spoke the need of a high-level system transformation, informed and led by people with lived experience of mental ill health. This year, we heard from lived experience researcher and PhD candidate Helena Rosenfeld, who I think, are you here? Yes, hello, welcome. Is here today, whose work focuses on lived experiences of mental health crisis and crisis care. The recording, I'm not sure there is a recording of the lecture. There is a recording of the lecture and will be available on the Mind Australia YouTube page in the coming days. I would really, really encourage you all to take a listen and a look and really think through what was discussed last night. It really blew my mind. So thanks again for being here today. Before we get on, I'm going to just run you through a few housekeeping notes for today. So we are being recorded and live streamed on Zoom, and you'll be able to review it later on our One Door webpage later if you need to. We also have our beautiful photographers here. And if they'll be taking some photos, if you would not like your picture taken, just let them know. They're beautiful people with us here every year. The bathroom facilities, if you haven't seen them already, out that way and that way. Most importantly, Gill, this speaks to you. Coffee's right there, just out the door right there. So good coffee's here also. We've got that. In the case of an emergency, just follow the staff. I'm assuming we'll be heading out that way. We will be serving lunch at 12:35, and then after today's proceedings, we're just having some light refreshments as well to kind of end the day. So you are welcome to stay and enjoy the time with us. Please take a look, if you haven't already, at the One Door Mental Health and Mind Australia and the One Door Fellowship little tables out there and the information. It'd be great to share with you a bit about the services that we offer. Now, we'll be taking questions at the end of each session. There'll be roving mics to take it. So I'll ask that you just stick your hand up and we'll come to you. And we'll be also taking those on Zoom. So we'll take note of that and you'll have that moderated by Peter up the back. We just ask, I say this every year, we never get there. We just ask that if you're asking a question, try and keep it a question, maybe not a statement that is not really a question. So if you can keep to it a question, you know, let's be pointy, let's get to it. That'll be wonderful. I'm just going to also ask Natasha and Michael if they could stand up. So if you need any support here today, there's Tash, Michael is there. Please, they can join you outside if you need any support, if anything raises issues for you today. So thank you for that. So it is right that we start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands. And to do this today, we have Walangari, Karntawarra and Diramu Aboriginal dance and didgeridoo, led by Aboriginal elder, teacher and artist, Walangari, the members of the Diramu Aboriginal dance and didgeridoo performance and educational troupe. They're all seasoned professional Aboriginal performers who have delighted and entertained audiences over 20 years. Their traditional Aboriginal dance performances, Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime storytelling, masterful didgeridoo music and song are a vibrant and captivating way of showcasing Australia's rich Indigenous culture to overseas visitors and the general Australian public. The word Dimaroo means tree in the Aboriginal language of the Darug Nation, the traditional owners of Sydney. Dimaroo symbolises strength and knowledge. A tree provides food, shelter, and many of the tools and implements used in our traditional life, including boomerangs, canoes, and didgeridoos. Please welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. How are you all? Excited? Yeah, good start to the day. Bit of culture, bit of dancing, bit of fun. I just want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of this part of Sydney, the nation, Great Darug Nation, and in particular, it's the land of the Gadigal clan of the Darug Nation. There are 29 clans in the Darug Nation. 3 of those, of course, take care of. There are 3 nations that take care of Sydney Harbour, which is 3 nations. Down the south is the Dharawal, coming right up to Bondi Beach. The Great Darug, which is the major majority of Sydney, and of course on the northern side is the Guringai Nation. So we pay respect to all those nations, to all the elders, particularly here on the Gadigal land. So to all the elders, past, present, and emerging, we thank them very much for taking care of country, looking after it, and sharing it with all of us. My name is Walangari Karntawarra. I'm an Arana man from Alice Springs. I've been living here for 30 years, and part of my job is, of course, to bring back cultural revival as well, and to showcase our wonderful cultures in this beautiful country of ours. So I want to also just welcome everybody here today to your symposium, and I want to can you give Beatrice a big warm welcome, please? She's my daughter and our singer today. So thank you very much. I'll hand it over to her to introduce our performance.
Thank you. So the first song and dance we're going to do is called Jalama, and Jalama in my language simply means welcome. Yo! Awak, awak. Gee! Jalama, 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 Ratchet. Jalama. Thank you. The next song and dance we're going to do is called Wuri Umpunji. It's a spiritual baptism. I like the Christianity culture where they use water. In our culture, we use smoke because we believe the smoke cleanses our inner soul and chases away the bad spirit. Unfortunately, we can't have a smoke here or a little ceremony here, but we can give you this blessing song and dance with the song I'm going to sing, Wuri Umpunji, spiritual baptism. It's about chasing away the bad spirit and bringing the good energy and spirit. Wore oponji tigare bana kana no kolo wala longanan. Wore oponji tigare bana kana no kolo wala longanan. Wore oponji tigare bana kana no kolo wala longanan. Wore oponji tigare bana kana no kolo wala longanan. Wore oponji tigare bana kana no kolo wala longanan. Wore oponji tigare bana kana no kolo wala longanan. Wore oponji. Thank you. This next song and dance we're going to do for you is called Ugadanji. Can we all say Ugadanji? Ugadanji speaks of one of Australia's most famous animals. What do you think that one is? The kangaroo. So we do this dance in pay respect to Ugadanji, the kangaroo. His meat we used to nourish our bodies. The kangaroo skin was used to keep us warm during the winter times. The bones were used as tools and weapons. And the kangaroo tail was used as a natural string. So we do this dance in pay respect to Ugadanji, the kangaroo, because it's one of our providers. Ugadanji, machamba, Ugadanji, machamba. Nangle, nangle. 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 Run your book. Ugadanji, the kangaroo. I'm going to give our dancers a little break, and I'm going to hand it over back to Walangari.
Okay, enjoying the show? Wonderful. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a demo, of course, on this iconic instrument of ours, of course. What do we call it? A didgeridoo. So in Aboriginal Australia, there are 800 nations. And however, we do have many, many names for this. And but I'm just going to give you a couple. So first of all, the reason why we call it a didgeridoo is because the story goes that the first explorers who were wandering up around the Northern Territory heard a strange sound in the bush, so they went down to investigate. They saw some Aboriginal men dancing, and one of them was playing a similar instrument, and the sound that came out that they first heard was didgeridoo. So they wrote it in their journal, and the world has been using that name ever since. So, however, we have our own names, traditional names. The most important name comes from Arnhem Land. Can you say Yiraki? So that's where it was born, at a place called Beswick. And up in Queensland, where my family comes from here, they call it Yiggy Yiggy. So can you say Yiggy Yiggy? And where I come from in Central Australia, in Alice Springs, we don't even do this. We do percussion, so we stomp our feet, clap our hands, play clapsticks and boomerangs. And we call this after our windpipe. And in my language, in Aranda, we call this Ilpura. So can you say Ilpura? So there we go, 3 names. And of course, what my daughter says, of course, they're all ancestral voice. Sorry. So that's what it is.
I got a bit lost there.
So I'm going to give you a quick little demo. In order to play it, we do the raspberry sound, that sound, and we get the drone. Second sound, we move our lips, and we get this sound. And then thirdly, we squeeze it tight, use our tongue, and we get the rhythm and the beat. And then we squeeze it nice and hard, and we'll get the trumpet. And then if we go up and down, we'll get the octave. And then last but not least, we do the vocalization, and we always do the kookaburra. There we go. That's how you play it, folks. Thank you.
Okay. So, like, well, I said that the traditional name for that instrument is Yiraki. And one more thing is, for us ladies, we're forbidden to touch or play that instrument as well. So it's simply men's business. Okay, in saying that, not all of our song and dance are done with the Yiraki. So this one is without the didgeridoo. This one is just voice, and we use our clapping sticks. This one is called Guyu. Can we all say Guyu? Guyu simply means fish. Guyu ayando akalengina, Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan. Hey, watch out! Shock! Guyu ayando akalengina, Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan. Hey, crocodile! Guyu ayando akalengina, Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan, Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan, Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan, Guyu ayando akalenginan. Guyu ayando akalenginan. Stop. Guyu, fish. Okay, we come to the very most important part of our performance. Is there any volunteers that they want to come and do a dance with us?
That's if you're agile enough, of course.
And there's some deadly dances.
There we go. Doesn't matter how old you are. All right. Any other ladies would like to join us? Lovely lady up here and keep her company while we're teaching. So,
any male.
It's all about having fun, breaking the ice, and enjoying each other's company. And you can send a picture home to your mother. Hey, there we go. Good on you, Jen.
Hey, we get 2 deadly dances.
That's what we like.
Okay, so this one we're gonna do, this one is called Girichma. This one is a story about that high talk, just cruising around and looking down and up. So all we're doing is we're gonna go. Every time you hear, I'll sing a song. Every time you hear, cuckoo, what do we do? So I'll get the dancers to show you. Oh, you can do it up here. That's all right. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Okay, so every time you hear cuckoo, I want you to go up, 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 up. Okay. Okay, so in Aboriginal culture, we don't have much time of rehearsal. In fact, we don't even have rehearsal. So from the day we're born, pretty much walk, we watch our elders, and then we just get up and dance. So we're not gonna run through any rehearsal with them. I think they got it, and here we go. Get it, mom, and young, get it, mom, and young. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Get it, mom, and young, get it, mom, and young. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Get it, mom, and young, get it, mom, and young. Hey, how's that? Too deadly, eh? Okay, that was deadly. This time we're gonna get you to do it on your own. So I'm gonna get you dancers to come up here on stage. You got one more time to do it right here on stage with us. Come on. And can we all clap along to this beat? Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Hey, get his mom and ya, get his mom and ya. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Hey, get his mom and ya, get his mom and ya. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Hey, get his mom and ya, get his mom and ya. Shake a leg. Yay, thank you so much. How deadly. I think we've got some. They've auditioned, they made it to our dance group.
Give them another round of applause. Takes a bit of courage. So we'll just give the dancers another little break. So over here, I wanted to, I'd like to share some of our cultural information. So over here, we have, of course, our bowl is a coolamon. So can you say coolamon? It's one of the oldest inventions in the world. We've had that, it hasn't changed shape for over 50,000 years or so. So yeah, very old one. Still the same, still works, and it has many uses. Of course, we use it as a shovel, we use it as a drinking vessel, we use it as an eating vessel, we use it as a bowl, and of course, when we have babies, it's a baby's crib. So when we rock the baby to sleep, there's a center of gravity and the baby never falls out. The mother's always carry it underneath the arm so the baby can smell the mother's armpit and go to sleep really quickly. And of course, so it's a, so can you say coolamon? So over here we have another thing that I want to quickly show you briefly. We have medicine. So Australia, of course, is full of medicine, pharmacopoeia, and there are two great books, Pharmacopoeia and Pharma. I can't remember the other one now. But anyway, it's for food and medicine. And this one here is the medicine. And Aboriginal people never ever had to chop off their legs for any infection. So we kept our limbs. And what we did was we used antibiotics. So this is the oldest form of antibiotic in the world. It comes from the paper bark. If I give a little fling back, you can see the powder. That's the antibiotic in the air. Of course, we breathe that in daily down here in New South Wales. And when they made their humpies, you would sleep inside the medicine chamber and you would breathe this medicine and you never got sick and you never got any skin infections. So in order to take this medicine, we can use it externally as a Band-Aid and to stop you getting infection. But we also need to put it inside of our stomach, inside of our bodies as a pill. But instead of, we don't have pills, what we did was we put a fish inside. And on the medicine side, we closed it up, tied it up, soaked it in water, and then once it got soggy, we put it in the fire steams the fish, infuses the medicine into the fish, you undo it, you take your medicine. That's how we do it. And you can still do it today if you're in the bush somewhere a long way away, because in Australia, there are many places you're 500 miles from anywhere. So it's good to learn a little bit more about Aboriginal culture and know where the medicines are and how to look after yourself. So there we go, folks. Can you say paper bark? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this next song and dance we're going to do is called Jaban. Can we all say Jaban? Jaban talks about the freshwater eels. It's one of our women's dreamings. So up in Cape York Peninsula, where we come from, like I wear the marking of Jaban. So in our way, we say if you take the Jaban or the eel out of the water will dry up. This one is Jaban. Hey, Jabangi Juande, Jabangi Juande, Jabangi Juande, yo. 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 Hey, Jabangi Juande, Jabangi Juande, Jabangi Juande, yo. 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 Jaban. Enjoying our song and dance? Yeah, I wish we could stay all day. Okay, we're going to come to our next song and dance. We're going to move on to another one again without the Yiraki. And this one is called Aika. It talks about the man and woman going down to the beach and looking for some pipi shell or longwee shell and throw it back to the children up there to give it to the parents to cook it. This one is Aika. Hey, minya what's up, team? Minya wanna work pretty, wanna chmango go. Yeah, minya what's up, team? Minya wanna work pretty, wanna chmango go. Hey, minya what's up, team? Minya wanna work pretty, wanna chmango go. Hey, minya what's up, team? Minya wanna work pretty, wanna chmango go. Aika. Thank you. So we got a couple more song and dance for you. This next one is called Injira Baigan. Simply means mosquito. It's a story about telling our young ones just to remind them that when they go down to the mangroves or go fishing, always remember to grab the eucalyptus leaf, hang that leaf up over the fire. The heat of the fire catches the leaf and all our natural repellent comes out of it, which is the eucalyptus oil. We then take it and rub it all over our skin to keep us safe from dengue fever or Ross River fever. If there's no eucalyptus leaf around you, what you can do is use the mud, or what we have on our body now, we call it ochre. So if you rub that all over your skin and all over your face, it actually keeps you young too. Yes, it actually it keeps you safe from the mosquito penetrating your skin. Yeah, that's why they have beautiful face. Okay, this one is Into the Baigan, mosquito biting us. Injira Baigana and a rever. Injira Baigana and a rever. Check. Injira Baigana and a rever. 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 Thank you. On behalf of Walangari, Karntawarra, my 3 children and myself, thank you once again for inviting us here to share a little bit of what we call in my language. Can we all say Yilal? You just said song, to share some song with you. Can we all say Warama? What am I doing here? Now, Warama simply means to dance. Hope you all have a wonderful day. May God bless you and wish you all the best. We're going to leave you now with the final song and dance. This one is called Ginan Manan, simply means farewell. Thank you. Thank you. Always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel like we should end now because that was awesome. That was, I don't know how we top that. That's just, thank you very, very much. And thank you to our volunteer, Keith, beautiful, lovely to see, absolutely wonderful. So what we're going to do now, we are going to do acknowledgement of lived experience. We've asked Paul Hayes, who's the support groups coordinator for One Door Mental Health. He's a group peer leader with our Strong and Social team. Our Strong and Social team formed in 2020, which was a way of enabling peer leaders to bring together people in the community to support them. So he has a lifelong journey of anxiety. He stands before you now today as a testament of living with mental health challenges and finding the balance of ordinary life. Thanks, Paul, for coming up and giving the acknowledgement for lived experience.
Hello. Oh. Hi, Dave. Hi, Phil. Sorry, just catching up. I'm presenting the acknowledgement for lived experience. I'm actually going to start with the acknowledgement of lived experience. I'd like to thank One Door first for their encouragement for me to get up here and talk, and also for reading out this acknowledgement. It's a very powerful acknowledgement. So One Door recognises that people are psychologically diverse and have a unique understanding of mental health and well-being, and how these concepts relate to your own lives, experiences, and recovery. On behalf of One Door, I would like to acknowledge all people with lived experience of mental illness as we work together towards a world in which people with mental illness are valued and treated as equals. We also acknowledge and welcome all carers, friends, and family members present. We acknowledge and respect the tireless work you do as supporters, advocates, and whatever we may be, or wherever we may be on our recovery journey. So, thank you for that. Well, my name is Paul Hayes, and I am a group peer leader, as Kathi has said. I'm with the One Door's Strong and Social team. We're a community base, so we're always out in the community. I'm in the southwest of Sydney. I run walking groups. Well, we call them walking groups, but they're more of a social thing. And they're out, and these walking groups are connecting people who are isolated and with mental illness. And we cover a range of different industries. We cover cerebral palsy, people with neurodiversity, quite a few, and grief for loss. We're bringing some of those people at the moment. Let's just acknowledge them to give them a breather, get them around people, get them in nature, help them to ground themselves with their anxiety. And I find that it's very benefiting for myself. So I take it, if I'm doing okay, then I'm pretty sure other people are feeling the same benefits. And yeah, how the people that join us are unique and diverse. My journey with mental illness is a long one. I had no understanding of mental illness. It's only recently I was taken away and taken away. I wish I was at this stage. I recognized mental illness and my own mental illness. I had no understanding of mental illness. I wasn't raised to understand mental illness. We just knew there was a couple of guys in white coats would come and neighbours would disappear. No more kids. So my journey is only recent. I've had a long-standing undiagnosed mental illness. So I come from a different understanding of mental illness. I've done everything I can in my life. And it's only recently I've understood my own mental illness. And the one thing I did notice was the love that was not there in my life. So I end up touching on spiritual health. And my spiritual health got that essence of love and gave it to me in the present, in a sense that I can now move forward in my life. And I make sure that I bring that into our groups as well, that they understand where they are in their lives, and they're not so much as a presenter to them or a trainer, but more of a friend, so that we can move forward. And I can see the changes as they go along in the development in these groups. Yeah. So my level of experience comes as a shock to some of them, because they don't expect people who have got lived experience to run groups. So people will be very shocked that I've got anxiety, I've experienced depression, etc. Yeah. So I think I'll just wrap up, because I think it's my 5 minutes. So thank you for your patience, and I wish you all a wonderful day.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Gill Callister. I'm the CEO of Mind Australia. And it is my great pleasure to be here. As you know, we merged with One Door Mental Health about 1.5 years ago now. And we bring together about more than 100 years of experience and expertise in working with and alongside people with mental health challenges and their carers and families. And I think our merger has made us much stronger together. So I'm delighted to be here. I would like to acknowledge that we are on Gadigal land, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here. Paul, thank you so much for your acknowledgement of lived experience. I also would like to acknowledge all the people in the room with lived and living experience, families, carers as well. It is core to our values at Mind and One Door that you are, lived experience is a very key part of what we bring. And if any of you were able to be at the Stratford lecture last night, which we had here in Sydney at Parliament House, you would have heard some very, very powerful stories from people about the importance of lived experience. But it's my honour this morning to be able to introduce the Minister, Rose Jackson, the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness, the Minister for Mental Health and the Minister for Youth. Rose is a fierce advocate for climate action, criminal justice reform and addressing housing affordability and homelessness. With over 15 years as a Labor member, she believes in amplifying the voices of young women, working parents and those with energy and ideas for the future in Parliament. Her values centre around social justice, equality and democracy, and her activism began in high school, protesting against racism and later leading campaigns for women's rights at the University of Sydney. We'll hear an address from Rose, and then there is an opportunity for some dialogue and Q&A. So please think about what you would like to talk to the Minister about while we have the privilege of having her with us. So please join me in welcoming the Honourable Rose Jackson.
Thank you. It is a real pleasure to be here. I'd like to start also by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting and pay respects to elders past and present, and extend that respect and acknowledgement to Aboriginal people joining us for this event. I'd also love to thank and acknowledge the team at One Door and Mind Australia, Gill, Professor Alan Fells, fabulous to see you too. And I think also really, that has taken the cake. And to the other dancer as well, well done, really. I was one of those people shrinking back saying, please don't pick me. But after that, you know what? I should have put my hand up. You did fabulously. So I would also love to acknowledge and particularly say thank you and echo Gill's comments about people with lived experience of mental illness and their carers in the room. One of the words that she used to describe the stories that you bring to this conversation is powerful. And I think that is actually the most important word to describe that impact, because it truly is a powerful and change-making contribution that people with lived experience are bringing to the work that the sector and the government is trying to do on improving mental health care. And my sense, and people may have heard me make this reflection before, but it really is, I think, core to the work that we are doing in government. You can have all the statistics, you can have all the facts and figures, those are useful things to have, but the powerful impact comes from story and from lived experience. That's what really, I think, captures people's imagination, forces them to see things in a different way and approach policy with new perspective. And that is a really powerful thing. So I think it's really important to acknowledge that. I am just going to speak briefly on the theme of vision into action in the 4 areas that represent probably the kind of core policy priorities for the New South Wales government when it comes to mental health, both our vision and how we're translating that into action. And then obviously we can have an opportunity for a Q&A. Look, these 4 areas don't represent all of the work that we're doing when it comes to trying to improve the way that people with mental illness are cared for in New South Wales, but with a brief amount of time that we have, they represent the 4 key priorities for the government. The first is the expansion of community-based mental health services. So if you look at where the gaps are in our system, we're finalising our detailed gaps analysis now, and that will be available publicly soon. Probably doesn't surprise anyone in this room to know that the biggest gap, there are gaps in a lot of places, but the biggest gap is in community-based mental health services. So unsurprisingly, that being the biggest gap, our top priority is to lean in to doing something about that. Now, we started that last year. So that's the vision. We started that last year with $30 million to fund over 30 new community mental health clinicians across the state, particularly focusing on those intersections and those silos between housing and homelessness and mental health. Obviously, those being portfolios that I hold, I'm really clear about how the inability to find and keep stable housing is really contributing to mental ill health. So that was a contribution that we made in the last budget, and we will continue to lean into the idea that community-based services are the priority for investment, because the gaps there are really meaning that people are unable to receive the kind of support that they need. So that's the first area that I wanted to mention. The second area that really is a priority for the government is support pathways outside of emergency departments. So looking at this idea that our emergency departments they're under a lot of stress and pressure broadly, and relieving that is a whole of health priority that Minister Ryan Park is working on as well. But linked to that is the fact that emergency departments as a crisis support place for people experiencing mental ill health is a total failure. We do not want emergency departments being that crisis intervention. And there is, good to see there's strong agreement on that, because it's not only bad for the emergency departments, it's really bad for people experiencing mental illness. It's literally not a worst place you could go, in my view. The physicality of it, the way the lights, the sounds, the smell, everything, it's a disaster. So we don't want emergency departments to be that place. And so it's about the pathways, the alternative pathways. Some of them are things like the safe havens. So we've obviously opened now 23 of those. They're working in the areas that they are. I recently opened a new one, the first Aboriginal-led safe haven in Wyong. But while I was on the Central Coast, I talked to the team at the Gosford Hospital. Their safe haven has been open for a while, and they have seen a noticeable reduction in people experiencing mental illness, mental distress in their emergency department because the safe haven is on site. Now, look, they're not perfect. Their opening hours are constrained. Some of their locations aren't ideal, but the concept of a safe haven as an alternative to emergency department, I think, is sound, and that's something we want to lean into. The other area that I'll briefly mention here is the work that we're doing to explore options for health-led responses to people experiencing distress in the community as an alternative to a police-led response. So at the moment, as people will know and clearly are dissatisfied with, the police-led response isn't working. Again, it's not working for consumers. It's also not working for police. They don't want to be doing that work. So we are well underway with exploring a health-led alternative, and I'm hopeful that we should have a consultation piece out later this year to bring consumers, advocates, carers into that conversation. Government is doing the work to figure out what the options might be from our end, what that health-led response could look like. But we know that that's something that people in this room and others in the community will want to be involved with, and that's something that we're looking to do later this year and is a real priority for us. The next area that I do want to mention is workforce shortages and enhancing training. So as an example, we've had over 9,000 New South Wales health staff trained in suicide prevention. We've got postgraduate training and career pathways that we're looking to invest in. The one that I'll briefly mention, the workforce challenges are massive. I acknowledge that, and they're right across the board. The one that I briefly want to mention is the work that we're doing on mental health peer work development. It's fantastic to have peer workers here. I was really pleased to be able to appoint the first principal peer worker in the state. We now have a statewide peer worker leader in the Ministry of Health to be that voice. I mean, we've had Chief Allied Health, Chief Psychiatry, Chief Nursing and Midwifery. We now have a principal peer worker for the state, which I think is a really important development. We'll have the peer worker framework finalised soon, because it is about acknowledging the incredible impact peer workers make, wanting to say, this is a profession that deserves to be valued. It's not something that I think is a nice to have, a good add-on to a service if you can make it work. I think it's core. I think it's essential. We need a framework around that. So that's an area of workforce development that's a real priority for me. The last thing that I just want to mention before we go to the Q&A is the work that we're doing on whole of government suicide prevention. So we're trying to take suicide prevention out of just a very narrow medical health-led response to make it a whole of government priority. We will have whole of government suicide prevention legislation in the Parliament this year. Some of you may have been involved in the consultations that were done through Suicide Prevention Australia and First Nations Co. That happened to inform that legislation. It's been deeply informed by the voices of lived experience. The point of that legislation is to say every part of government has a responsibility to lean into preventing suicide. And currently, there are too many agencies and parts of government, police being a good example, but also education, transport, employment, Service New South Wales, that don't see themselves as having any role in preventing suicide and mental distress. I think they do. Now, it may not be their absolute core business, but if there are some things that they can do to make life easier for those who are struggling with mental ill health, my expectation is that they do that. And that is what the suicide prevention legislation is going to create. So again, that's a priority for 2025. I hope to have that passed through Parliament. We're hopeful it's going to be bipartisan. This shouldn't be political. This should be something everyone can get behind. So those are a couple of my priorities, our vision reflected by our action. Look, it goes without saying the challenges that face us are significant. You know, I always remind myself that change is possible. You know, again, that the story of One Door, a group of carers who got together, had that vision for better representation, respect and advocacy for their work. They created One Door, and the impact that that has had and the evolution of this organisation, and now the merger with Mind. Change is possible, transformation is possible. We can be on a journey to doing things better. And I remind myself of that when, you know, we bump up against some of the challenges that we face. But none of that transformation and journey is possible without a partnership between government and the non-government sector organisations like One Door, Mind Australia, and all of the other organisations in this room. You know, and that partnership and that relationship and that working together, I think, is critical. It's critical to us achieving the goals that we want. And I thank you for being part of working with government to help us know the change that needs to be made, put us on notice, hold us accountable, be a voice, speak truth to power, but recognise that the government is interested in doing better. We do want to be part of transitioning to a better system, and that's something that we want to do with you. So thank you.
Is this on? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Minister, thank you. I think that was fantastic to hear such a clear vision and such key priorities. And I think those priorities really speak to many people in the room. I'm sure there's a number of questions, but I'm just going to kick off just because it's probably good to start with lived experience as you did. As you know, we had the Stratford lecture last night. We heard some very powerful stories still about an overly clinical, overly medicalised system that doesn't necessarily look at people as whole people with a life that they want to live outside of a narrow focus on their mental illness. And between One Door and Mind, there's a great deal of investment in lived experience. People here, I think we have about 20% of our frontline staff are peer workers. So I'm just really interested for you to expand on your vision for how you bring more innovation, perhaps from the community sector, into some of those priorities.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think it's clear to me that everything that you have just articulated about the way that the current system doesn't meet the needs of people who are interested in healing and recovery, and they're labelled and put in boxes and delivered kind of often quite narrow, unfulfilling interventions. It's clear to me that that is a big problem, and that there's this massive potential through listening to lived experience, using the voices and the capacity and the skill of peer workers to do things better. That work is currently in its early stages through the Agency of Clinical Innovation in New South Wales. So the Agency for Clinical Innovation, or ACI, without sort of getting too wonky, is a part of New South Wales Health that, as its name suggests, looks at ways we can deliver better care through innovation. I've asked them to do some work, and it's in its early stages, Gill, and I think there's going to be more opportunity as it evolves for people in this room to inform what that looks like. But I've asked them to look at how we can transform the system based on the very clear feedback that I have also received, that this is what people are looking for, to less rigid clinical models that don't promote healing and recovery. So they have started that work. It's in its early stages. Some of you or your organisations may have been involved in some of that preliminary design work, but it really is something that is a priority for us. And they're going to continue to work up what those models will look like. I mean, it neatly dovetails into the priority that I talked about for community-based care, because those models of relational engagement, peer work leadership are almost always and best delivered in community-based settings. So we do need to build up community mental health. We do need to direct our resources there so that they have the resources and capacity to deliver more of the services. That is what we want. And at the moment, many people who work in community mental health here are going to say, we're absolutely up against it as it is. Don't try and give us more work. We are absolutely smashed. And I hear that. I know that I don't want to be clear, that's not what I'm trying to do. It's not about asking the people who are doing incredible work in community mental health to do more with less or more with the same. It's about actually redirecting resources to that work, to that peer work on the ground, community-based services, so that they can play a bigger role.
Great to hear. Over here.
Hi, Kate. I'm going to be a bit of a BITCH. I'm the contact person for the Strong and Social Support Group in Parramatta. Parramatta has 175 years psychiatric history within the eastern campus of Cumberland Hospital, Parramatta Lunatic Asylum, and the Parramatta Female Factory. I'm also part of North Parramatta Residents Action Group on the executive. One of the aspects we're dealing with Parramatta is our population's doubling. We have a nil consultation or minimal consultation in the last 15 years regarding the redesign of mental health delivery. We've got the added component of those people with complex dual diagnoses that are being, and homelessness, that are being moved on in the Parramatta area simply because they're becoming an eyesore. There was a letter written by the PHN CEO for mental health saying we do not have adequate drug and alcohol now. He's moved on. That was 10 or 15 years ago when that letter was written. We also have an issue where we've lost 10 members in the last 15 years. 2 were coroner's cases within the mental health community of Parramatta. We have clients who don't want to engage with NDIS, don't want to engage with mental health services. Frangipani and the Day-to-Day Living program through Uniting Care are doing a job, but there's a massive gap of a cohort who are extremely difficult to engage. And there has to be a way of trying to link in because the services are inadequate. We've also got major building infrastructure going on. I'm questioning why can't, it was identified in the Sprout event, which was pre-COVID. People were saying, and there's a number of people, some have passed, is there's opportunity within the heritage core or buildings in the adjacent area to actually create a hub that can be used as a community space. But the biggest problem is Department of Planning and Environment and not working with the community as a whole.
I mean, look, I'm happy to take on the specifics there. I have to say I'm not entirely familiar with that localised issue around the potential reuse of those facilities, but happy to take that on. I absolutely accept your point about the changes that are happening in that part of Sydney, the growth, the disruption, and, you know, to be honest, government is absolutely part of that. And my part of that, you know, where we are moving to close the Cumberland Hospital, we're building a new integrated mental health facility in Westmead. That's change, that's disruption. I mean, I think that is the right thing to do. Again, that is the transition about the way we deliver care. The Cumberland Hospital is not fit for purpose, but that is just one part of the broader disruption that you've mentioned. And so happy to take on the specific point about the opportunity of there being some kind of hub in those heritage areas.
And look, I know there's a lot of strong local issues in the room, but if I could just get you to focus on the question to the Minister so that we can get through as many people's questions as possible. Over here? Oh, here. All right, sorry. Here and then you, sorry.
Hello, my name's Beata. Thank you for coming and sharing what the state government is up to and you're doing, Rose. I'm a lived experience person. I have drug and alcohol and mental health issues combined. Surprise, surprise. We need to be working more integrated in that area too, instead of having limitations on that. But my question is, I used to work in an inpatient unit, and it just like part of my recovery journey was getting a very good psychologist that helped me understand myself. I find the mental health system does not offer that to people. The medical model does not offer a place for people to explore things. They give them medicine, they keep coming back. It is a terrible system. It's a revolving door. We need more people helping. Like, that's why peer workers are so important, because people are heard. We're really good listeners. We're good at validating. So I'm wondering, are we going to have like lived experience counsellors even? Seriously? We need a space where people can be heard and not rushed and judged.
Beata, thank you so much. The answer to your question is yes. That is a critically important part of, I think, the change that we need. Peer workers in mental health, also peer workers in drug and alcohol. They have also, in my experience, been incredibly impactful. I mean, again, though that can be the same individual, you're absolutely right about that needing better linkages there, but acknowledging that, you know, drug and alcohol peer workers are so valuable alongside, I guess, you know, mental health peer workers. Sometimes they're in the same unit. Look, the whole point about the peer work framework is I don't want peer workers to be seen as add-ons, as is what I said. You know, I don't want it to be, oh, that's a nice thing. If you've got a little bit of extra funding, maybe you bring someone on 2 days. I think as you exactly said, to get people to do those jobs, and they're hard jobs, because you mentioned you're good listeners, but yet peer workers are taking on a lot. They're bringing so much of themselves courageously to those conversations. So that's why I want that professionalism valued, proper pay, proper acknowledgement, you know, within teams of their contribution. So that's the work that we're doing. But thank you so much for sharing that, because I just really agree with your perspective.
And I think it's shown real leadership to have a chief peer worker in the department. I think that's a very, very important, more than just symbolic achievement. So well done on that.
Yes, I'm like Belfield. My son has schizophrenia, but in the cycle that the previous speaker talked about being hospitalised and coming out and getting better and things like that, there's one gap in the system. Now, my son at the moment is going months. He's been to the department, and they've seen him every week and things like that. And now they've sent him to a doctor in Parramatta, and the doctor doesn't see him. The doctor just gives a little piece of paper to the nurse to say, here's your injection. Now, Warwick would really like someone to talk to him, but that doesn't happen.
Thank you. I mean, it's again, just really powerful for me to hear these different reflections of carer perspective on exactly that same challenge. So yes, that is absolutely a gap. And thank you.
Okay, Minister, thank you for your time today. I'm just wondering, you said support pathways outside the emergency department. Are you far along with that? Because the acute psychiatrist last week said for me to go to the emergency department if I wasn't well.
Well, clearly we're not far along enough with that. It doesn't surprise me that that is still where people are being referred. That's disappointing, because it's not a good place for you or for anyone else to go if you want to recover. We do have those 23 safe havens, so that is progress, but that's not enough. As I said, they're good, but their opening hours are often limited. And, you know, people who work in them have said to me, yeah, crisis sometimes happens at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and the only place that's open then is an emergency department. So I recognise that's a real limitation.
But Minister, where are these other places
Safe
you're talking about, safe havens? Where are they located?
I can get you the list. As I said, there's one in Wyong and Gosford. I know them because I opened those. There's one in Newcastle. There's one in Bega. So they are scattered around the state, but clearly they're not. Whilst I think that they are good alternatives, clearly they're not widely available enough. And as I said, their hours are not, and also they're not going to work for everyone. The safe havens are a good solution, but they're not a solution for everyone. We do need other options too. But again, just really good for me to know. I really accept your point, and we are working on building out what those alternatives are.
Over here.
Yeah. Hi, Minister. My name is Sarah. I've lived experience bipolar disorder. I just want to address in your workforce planning, the current ongoing issue with the retention of psychiatrists in the public health system. I'm lucky I was diagnosed at 20. I've been treated predominantly in the private system, but do have emergency presentations that into the public system, have been treated there. What is happening there where, we're not recruiting, training, and then retaining psychiatrists who do form part of the care that I know I need and many others do too. So really interested to hear more on that.
Yeah, so we are expecting to have the Industrial Relations Commission provide its sort of final hearing on the dispute that we're having with the psychiatrists in a few weeks. Of course, I would prefer to have been able to land something with them, an agreement with them without using arbitration. Although I will say to people, it's how the system works. They had a wage claim. It's very much, I respect their capacity to put that forward. We had a counter offer, couldn't agree. And in the circumstances where, they're asking for a certain increase in their wages, we're trying to make all of the other system changes that we're talking about and sort of fit all of that in the budget. Couldn't agree, that's okay. It's normal, there's sometimes disagreements there. So we use the Industrial Relations Commission to sort of arbitrate that outcome. And really it will be hopefully resolved very soon. And I've already said I will honour whatever outcome that independent commission determines is fair. And I think that's it's a good, open, transparent way to resolve those disagreements. And I'm really hopeful. I in fact met with the psychiatrists representatives yesterday. That discussion, that dialogue is ongoing. It's not just about wages, it's about broader reform too. And that was part of the conversation. So I do want to give you a reassurance. We are on a pathway to resolve that. I'm hopeful that that will be done very soon. That will give us a fair wage, which we will, as I said, we are already agreed to pay, and we can have a broader conversation about some of the workforce strategies that we need to make sure that we have enough people working in public health.
Just here at the front. Just
Hi, my name is Bridget Sheedy. I live in Freshwater. I have bipolar, and also I was just in a domestic violence relationship that lasted 10 years. There was never a day. I'm going to cry now. My ex-boyfriend didn't lay hands on me and bash me up. There's a lot of abuse. Is there support for domestic violence women to deal with mental health? And my ex-boyfriend has just died. He died on I won't mention his name, he died on the 10th of February, just 3 months ago. So I'm going through a lot of trauma with that. And my parents are dead now. My mum died 15 years ago, so Mother's Day was a stressful day, and my dad died 10 years ago. But I went through the grieving process when my parents did. Now I'm going through the grieving process a little bit now with my ex-boyfriend just dying. Yeah. He died the 10th of February, just 3 months ago. But the question is just domestic violence. Is there help with domestic violence with mental health? And I'm really well with my mental health. I've been out of hospital for 7.5 years, nearly 8 years, with domestic violence in particular. Is there help with that, with mental health?
There is help. I mean, I think it's another example of where we need to get those linkages working properly. Drug and alcohol is an example of needing to make sure that linkage works. Domestic violence is another example of where we need to bring services together. We do have programs and policies that try and acknowledge that intersection and try and make sure that people who are experiencing domestic and family violence and also experiencing mental illness are able to have those issues resolved together. But, it is important to call out that those links are critical and they can sometimes be a little bit weak for people and people can fall through cracks. So thank you for raising that.
We've got time for a couple more.
When are we going to open Cullen Park? Hands up. Right. So we know that the Living Well strategy of well over 10 years, the single basic dial was to shift money towards community mental health. Liberals didn't do it. We've got federal government and state. We're in a beautiful position now to do something. There used to be federal funding for mental health infrastructure. We don't want it to go into hospitals. We want it to go into community-controlled, community-led programs. We have the master plan that's longer than the Living Well strategy that was approved by local council, and it was a vision that really anticipated a lot of the community mental health. It would situate beautifully a lot of World Health Organization guidance to community-controlled services that came out several years ago. We need to open those doors, and the Greater Sydney Parkland that has half control over Cullen Park has no understanding of mental health, has no jurisdiction over it. New South Wales Health is currently using the Kirkbride site, the old asylum, gaining a lot of money for a film that's been conducted, Disney film that's been conducted for quite a while. Where is that money going into just Cullen Park? We need that social enterprise. I call it sustainability to powerful, I will. Personal, individual, kind of walking groups. Want to start a walking group at Cullen Park. The social cultural, we have enough young Indigenous kids still predominantly in Leichhardt, and a historical claim that should be there. We have the 21st century business model is social impact, the most durable social enterprise. All those, they shouldn't be just NGOs. The money should go straight back into the community-controlled entities that set it up. And then the last is environmental. And those things become nodes, not just a hub, a node where all these disability and interest groups combine. My place of healing, I studied visual arts at that campus. The same place was the place where, the same rooms were the place where some of the most abuse happened in the male area. Open it up, get federal funding, now is the time.
I'll take that as a comment.
The time is, when are you going to open it up?
Strong advocacy point.
Yeah. So I think.
Hello, there's a question online.
Comment well made. Over here.
Can we take questions online?
I think, Gill, we've got one last question, which is for the people online, if that's okay.
All right.
Yep. So question is about for carers. There's a question from the line about the support for carers, what can be done in terms of those that are high at risk of suicide, and what is the government thinking about or planning in terms of enhancing the support for carers here in New South Wales?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. I mean, there's a couple of things that we're trying to do working with Carers New South Wales. One that I will mention is one of the things that carers have raised with me is just how challenging, consumers have raised it too, but just how challenging so many carers find navigating the system. You know, they obviously are very motivated by delivering quality care to their loved ones, and they want to do that so badly, and the system is just makes it so hard for them to know where to get the right support. And so we are trying to bring together a single, I guess, front door or pathway for carers to be able to walk through and have the system sort of navigated and triaged for them. Now, that's a work in progress. That's something that is in development at the moment. That's not going to address all of the challenges that carers face. As sort of acknowledged in the question, they've got their own mental health challenges that they often deal with. They often deal with lack of income support. It's very expensive to be a carer, and that's not always acknowledged. So there are a range of issues, but that's just one specific thing that we are currently working on and is in development and has been motivated by that clear feedback from carers that one of the real challenges they have is navigation and fragmentation, and that is something we are trying to do about that.
So I know we haven't got to all your questions, but that brings us to time. I do want to thank you, Minister, for being so available to engage with people about their very passionate and immediate issues that people in the room are dealing with. But I also want to thank you for your clarity and vision, and that concrete things are actually happening. And I think we all take heart from that. So thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it. Please join me in thanking the Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister Jackson and Gill. I must say, I think that's been the most lively questions we've had for the Minister. I'd like her back next year, but thank you, Minister, for your ability to just stay here and answer questions. I'm going to move us along. We've got some exciting speakers coming up before lunch, and we're going to be talking about connected care and the power of consumer and carer voices. There was one thing that if you've been a long-standing kind of symposium attendee, you'll know I do a check-in question for the speakers. So the Minister got off this year, but one of the things that I got to do last year was to go to Disneyland. Disneyland, Japan. I went to Universal Studios, and there was, has anyone been to Universal Studios? And there's, you get to choose your own wand. It's fantastic. It wasn't as magical as I was hoping. I was hoping there would be something that was going to draw me to it. But anyway, I have my wand. My children got one as well. My wife was not really interested, but I have a magical one. It's a wand. It has not been used yet, but I thought we'd use it today. So for the people who are going to come up and speak, I'm just giving you notice. So Rachel, you're going to be first, but as you come up, you can think about it. But the question for the speakers today is this: if you had a magical wand and could change or make anything happen, what would it be? Now for me, I'd like a 4-day working week. I think that's doable. You know, but I think, you know, for our speakers who are going to come up today, you can be as outrageous or magical as you want to be. And that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to introduce our first, following the Minister, 2 speakers, Rachel Green, who's the CEO of SANE Australia. She is a leading Australian innovator in mental health strategy, digital service design, and lived experience leadership. As the CEO of SANE Australia, she oversees the delivery of digital resources and support services for Australians with complex mental health needs. Under her leadership, SANE launched Australia's first digital psychosocial recovery program, supporting nearly 200,000 people annually. I'm sure she'll tell us a bit more about that soon. She's also held major roles in mental health reform, including founding the National Mental Health Commission and leading initiatives like the Black Dogs Institute of Suicide Prevention Trial. She's a pretty cool person to talk to, and I love collaborating with her. And I'd also like to bring in and welcome Therese Haywood, who's the SANE Peer Ambassador. She's a writer, teacher, and mother of 3 living with bipolar disorder. A passionate advocate for mental health awareness, she uses her lived experience to inspire her creative work and community engagement. She is actively involved in local conservation and feminist causes and currently works as a casual teacher and conservationist while balancing her well-being. Please welcome them to the stage. There you go. I'm going to give you the wand. So your check-in question, you've had a bit of time to think about it. If you could change, make anything in the world, what would it be?
I think my first answer is going to be I'd like unlimited wishes.
No, you can't. That's a wish you cannot have.
I reckon I'm going to put it towards redesigning the system to be built around the consumer need instead of around the government and service need, because then I'd get a 4-day working week. I'm going to speak to some pictures and tell you a bit of a story, and then try and do that and pay enough attention. Oh God, you've given me a stick to wave. Try and do that in enough time that then I can invite Teresa up, and I'd love to have some questions and a bit of a discussion. So I'm going to give you a question for when we get to the Q&A section.
Hello.
Hello. You could do the press. If you could have just a think about how many times you've had to tell your story about what's happened for you and how you want to be treated. That's the question. If you can just maybe jot some notes down when we get to raise up. We're going to have a bit of a discussion and invite some of you to share. I would like to, first of all, thank the Walangari dancers, Diramu dancers. What an amazing way to start the day. I was feeling pretty rough after some fairly intense interactions at a digital health festival, which is all lights and noise and action. And it's for those of us who have experienced sensory overwhelm, you know what that's like on a normal day, but it's very over the top. So how nice to come in and be welcomed with dance and music, and a beautiful opportunity to enjoy some culture. I grew up and was born on Ngunnawal country, but I live and work on Gadigal Wangal lands here in Sydney, and I'd like to also acknowledge the traditional custodians, pay my respect to the elders past and present, and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the room. At SANE, we also like to start any kind of talk or important meeting by saying that we recognise that lived experience lives here, and we respect and champion the lived experience that goes into our work that helps challenge the power dynamics and reshape the system. And I say that myself as the CEO of an organisation that is founded by, governed by, and led by, and 85% of our workforce make up people with lived experience, either of mental health challenges themselves, including complex, and who are also family members supporting their loved ones. I want to talk to you a bit about some work we've been doing around how to deal with this problem of how hard it is to find help. So SANE as an organisation exists to end mental health inequity through systemic change. So you'll hear in a moment, we provide support to people and we try and make it as easy and fast to access as possible. And I think we're one of the few services, particularly in the digital space, that doesn't create barriers to care that are unnecessary. So we do not include or exclude based on any particular specific diagnostic list. In fact, we subscribe very strongly to the idea of there only being one door and few doors to have to get into things. And we're one of the only digital and helpline services that opens it for anyone who's 18 and up. And for our Commonwealth service, you simply have to be in the right postcode, although we're very, very pleased to be able to share that from 1 July, we'll be open fully nationally. We were asked by the Commonwealth Government to try and solve an incredibly difficult problem. Why is it so hard to find the help that I need? We were given the task this time last year of designing digital solutions to improve the way we navigate and find help for all help seekers, all family members, all health professionals. A completely mad ask to do in such a short period of time. So of course they came to us. So I'm going to take you through things you already know, if you'll permit me. Why is it so hard to find help? Well, first of all, there are many different systems that deliver mental health support. There is not one system. There is a Commonwealth funded system, a state funded system. There are primary health network commissioned systems. There are local health district commissioned systems and services. And essentially few, if any, of them actually connect well to each other. Governments often try and solve that problem by building new front doors, but only for the things that they fund, which further exacerbates the problem. This fragmentation between all the different systems and services leads to a thing that we've coined the phrase for. We call it the Google loop of despair. In doing this work, it was really, really important to us as the leaders of the project to bring that lived experience to bear in every meeting and every discussion, and focus on the actual journey people go through from developing awareness, realizing something's not right. Maybe it's something to do with mental health and all the other things that might be causing poor mental health, wanting to get help, trying to find information about what the options might be. And the challenge with that is that most information that's available on the internet, in fact sheets and guides, point to only one of two directions. Go to your GP, get a mental health treatment plan, or go to the emergency department. Call a helpline and you'll mostly be given one of those two instructions. And so it's no wonder that it's so difficult then to find a private psychologist who's actually available when there's only one trodden path. This means that people hit Google, they don't pass go, they don't collect $200, and they're often sent around and around and around without help. As part of this research, we surveyed over 1,300 people with lived experience, family members and carers, and people working in the health system. And some of the data that came out of that, I think won't surprise you, but about 30% of people who responded said they'd spent between 1 to 5 years looking for help. And another 30% said, I've been looking for help for more than 5 years. This problem of fragmentation has a number of really key causes to it. First of all, as I mentioned, most of the websites, helplines, fact sheets, and advice, something we call in a technical sense, the information layer, everywhere you might look for what to do and where to go, points to only a couple of places. And there are very few tools or search engines that have been built to offer you more than one option, multiple options. What can you do while you wait? What can you do if you've already been to the GP and have a mental health treatment plan? What can you do if you've had clinical care and a diagnosis for years and you're still looking for help? Most of them are built only to point you to those two directions. Problem number two is they're all built to pull information out of a directory, except the challenge is most of these directories are manual and out of date and don't contain all of the information. Most directories that have been built are built only for one of the systems, so they can only show you information that government funds. Some directories are completely missing. There is no national directory, for example, for finding a culturally safe Aboriginal psychologist, for example. There are Aboriginal psychologists out there. It's one of the spaces that doesn't have a directory. There is no directory to find a peer worker near you. Similarly, through our study, we also ran some searches and surveyed the number of directories that are in existence and what sort of state they're in. And I wrote this down because I wanted to make sure I could share it with you. 35% of the directories we found are Excel spreadsheets, and over 80% of them are manually updated, which means a person has to remember to ask if the details are still correct and then contact the service and then go and put it back in. And you can imagine how easily that gets out of date. We also know, and this, I want to point you to this yellow box down the side here. Some of the most critical data that we as consumers are looking for isn't available in the system. Most importantly, availability. And compounding that is the fact that most of the tools that exist to help us find what we need aren't built to show us availability, and they don't allow us to search by what's important to us. For example, the Commonwealth Government, a national platform called Head to Health, which was originally designed to help you find good quality digital services. Then it was expanded to help you find good quality digital services and free services. Then it was expanded to add hospitals. The problem is it missed a bunch of services. It didn't contain Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander government services. It didn't contain a whole bunch of NGO services. And it was built on an underlying assumption that everybody wants something free. The problem is sometimes people want something fast. Sometimes they want something face-to-face. Sometimes they want something that's digital. Sometimes they want something that is delivered by someone who is from their own similar community, LGBTIQ, for example. Every time governments tried to solve the problem, they've built a new tool with only a tiny portion of the information. The information is out of date and you haven't been given the power to choose to search based on what's important to you. So there is an opportunity to change this, and that was the challenge we were given. We came up with a vision of a more connected system, of not creating another new brand and another new portional bit of the solution, but instead connecting the existing things together. Importantly, we understood that there is a lot of investment in trying to change this for health more broadly. In fact, government have agreed to a national roadmap on interoperability. So this is this concept called connected care. It's actually a really interesting space, and it's a really important space for consumer advocates to engage with, because making sure that connected care, the ability for the information that you think is important to be captured in a system that people will read and travel with you as you go, to also be done in a way that maintains your privacy and your trust, is absolutely fundamental to what mental health care looks like in the coming decades. Government has invested in these things. There's a national healthcare interoperability plan. They're working on a whole plan for how information will actually move about between systems. That challenge of when you go to the hospital and they don't know what you have told your GP is important, that's the thing it's trying to fix. Except the problem is this has been done up until we started the project without mental health in the room and without mental health consumer input. Through our research on this project, here's some of what we found from the people we talked to right across the system and the consumers and carers about the key points of pain at each level in the journey. So you can see there some of the insights that came out, particularly number 11 there, the tools and websites and all of the options that exist Very, very few, if any, are actually built to give you multiple options at once. They all follow that one next step. And that's a real problem if you're a consumer who's in the mental health system for a long time and you want to see a suite of opportunities. Often particularly in more metropolitan regions, there might be a whole number of good programs, including small, really well-built peer-run programs that are funded through some tiny philanthropic grant. Those things never make it into directories. So they're never visible for your health provider or your clinician to actually recommend to you. Another part of this challenge for us was we were asked to also think about what it would look like in a magical wand-waving future to be able to actually allow people to get a warm referral. Not just, here's a website you should visit, or you should ring this number, and then you ring that number, you speak to someone, and the next thing you need to do is ring back and say it all again. But have the first time you seek help, allow you to get connected directly to the right place that will actually help you. And know that when you get there, you won't find out after many calls and many times of telling your story and everything that's happened to you that actually now they've discovered you're ineligible and excluded from the service. So what would it look like to have genuinely warm referral? We came up with a model of what that could look like, and we included in the design specifications of our development of recommendations to government. Essentially, the vision we want to see is that people can tell their story once, be confident that the place they're being sent to, they're going to be eligible for, that it's going to meet their needs and be the right care at the right time, and that when they get there, the key information that's important to be shared with that service has arrived with them, and that the first place they talk to, if that's the GP, if that's a community service, has made sure that the referral's gotten all the way in, not referred you and closed its books. And then you have to come back later and say, hey, that didn't work. They didn't let me in the door. These are things we think about in our own model of design. SANE delivers a model where we're trying to offer as accessible support as possible. And I believe there is a brochure in each of your orange bags there. Thank you so much for One Door for letting us share that information. So we offer a 24/7 online community that is moderated and supported by community builders who themselves, that's the one, the yellow one, who are peer workers and can play a role day or night, 24/7 in providing you with peer-to-peer support and recovery coaching. There's about 47,000 registered members across Australia, and so there is always someone online to talk to you and to listen. We also deliver, funded by the Commonwealth, a guided recovery program that provides you with up to sort of 15 weeks of support, of individual peer support and counselling. It's free, it's done over the phone, and there's also access to peer groups that use the CHIME model of connection, hope, identity, meaning, and empowerment. It's non-clinical, it's based around your needs and your goals and helping you take steps forward. And it's actually been independently evaluated to show improvement for the people who use it in their level of recovery, in their level of quality of life, and feeling less dominated by symptoms and more hopeful and confident for the future. This is just a little bit of information further about our recovery community, but some of the amazing benefits we see out of people who are part of that peer-to-peer community. We've seen incredible journeys of transformation where people have turned up in need of help and have then become volunteers providing help for others. And some of them have gone on to become peer ambassadors who come and speak for us. Others we've even trialed through this community an opportunity for people to build skills to be ready to start study as a peer worker. And many have gone on to go and get jobs as a result. Some of them work for us and are our bestest staff ever. And it's my favourite thing, seeing that pipeline of recovery lead to people like me able to find themselves doing better in their life with a good job where they feel like they've got something meaningful to do and something to look forward to. Now, with all that build up, I want to hopefully show you, oh, no, I can't, it's not in there. I wanted to show you, I've killed the slides. I wanted to talk to you about the solutions, but Daisy, what we actually recommended to government. I don't have it in there, but I will, if you've got, if you want to write it down, sane.org/digital-nav is where you can see what we ended up recommending out of that massive piece of work to government. We made 4 recommendations. Recommendation 1 is that there should be a properly built tool that allows consumers, carers, and health professionals to search for the help that they need based on the criteria that's important to them that allows them to find not just one option, not just the only option, but all the options that are relevant. Really, really importantly, though, in this advice and really detailed specifications, we've been clear to government that this should absolutely not be another new brand that expects that you're going to go and find it and Google for it and know where it is. So the advice we've given is that it should be built in existing infrastructure and able to be customized and visible on the websites of all of the other providers, so that when you go to your GP, they're using the one tool, so that when you visit the One Door website, there's a search and match tool that allows you to find One Door's help and any other help that might also be relevant to you. One tool, properly built, everywhere you find it. And this is the eventual sort of outcome of the principles we developed in the project. Number one, find me where I am, don't make me go looking. We've also built into these recommendations another principle: help me choose based on what's important to me. So we've recommended that this tool be built in a way that you can choose whether you want fast, free, local, online, delivered by a specialist provider, peer-based, et cetera, et cetera. We've put in other recommendations about how it needs to be able to support connected care and interoperability, and we do hope to be able to publish the full report soon. So we'll be making sure we can get that out through newsletters and through the newsletters of our partners like One Door and Mind. And we've recommended to the government that this be powered by a set of connected directories. So no more new directories. Grab all the directories that exist and connect the bloody things together. We communicated this to the government with an outcome in mind: make it at least 10% easier or 10% less shit when you're trying to find help. I am very pleased that the recommendations we've given to government have been very warmly received. I'm hoping that we'll be able to see some announcements about it being built and funded. It is going to be a game changer for anyone looking for help, whether they're a GP in their GP software system, or whether it's you looking on a Lifeline website or a One Door website, the website that you already know and trust, to know that the tool that you're using to find what options are available to you is accessing not just the one system that built it, but all of the systems and all of the information. So you can stay tuned on that page, sane.org/digitalnav, for updates where we hope to be able to make announcements when it's fully funded. I wanted to bring you back to that question: how many times have you had to tell your story? And to join me just for a little bit of a conversation about that, I'm pleased to invite Teresa up. She's one of our SANE peer ambassadors. If you could please make her welcome. Kick us off before we throw it to the crowd. Could you tell us a little bit about what it's been like to, I don't know how to use it either, help to tell your story, to have to tell your story multiple times?
Hi, thanks for having me here today. It's really great to be in this room with so much lived experience. So my story began in my late teens, and it's progressed through many stages. We are here, however, to talk about the digital services. So I wanted to share with you some of the things I've used with SANE Australia. I have used the consumer forums, both as a carer and a consumer. And I have a name in the forums. It's Angel Tree. And that's based on my sister's name, Angela, and my name, Therese. They've been really game-changing for me because they're accessible 24/7. And in addition to commenting on other people's posts, I can also put up a post. They are moderated, so they have a degree of safety, but they also have a degree of anonymity, and they have a degree that people are there helping each other. Sometimes it takes a while to get a comment back, but it does happen. And I think some of that work that we do with each other, the peer-to-peer support, is very, very helpful. The other thing that I've used are the online digital resources, particularly with family members who come to me and they disclose, okay, we have a mental health issue in my family now. You know a lot about mental health. Where can I go? And I've been able to refer them to SANE fact sheets. And that's often a good place to learn the language of mental health. and learn about advocacy and destigmatize the journey of mental health. So, I mean, I sort of want to keep on topic. Do you have a question you'd like to ask me, Rachel?
Yeah, Therese, I wonder, given you've had experience navigating the system yourself and also as a support person and a carer for someone else, what are some, can you share with us an example of where either a good one or a bad one, where you've told your story and had it remembered and end up in the right place, or the reverse, where you've had to do it over and over again?
Okay, so the journey I've had to do over and over again concerns my son. So Thomas has a dual diagnosis. He has addictions and schizophrenia. And we've gone through a very quick cycle over 10 years through a number of settings. And always he and I are the conduit in that tell the story, that retain what's worked, what hasn't worked, where we are today, what's happening next. And I've had to deal with him in regards to some really hard issues like homelessness, what you would know as when your loved one with mental health goes missing and you have to find them in the community. You have to go back and trace them through all their friends and connections. And I've been really, really lucky. It's only ever taken me 2 weeks when that situation has occurred. I'm quite excited about this new SANE strategy. And as Thomas is in recovery again, connecting to things like guided recovery when it becomes national and not just for those few postcodes. And also if he would get to the point where he felt confident about using connecting with that family member. The other thing that can be really devastating, and I just bring this up because every state of Australia has its own Mental Health Act. And in Victoria, I think they're privileged. Their act is called the Mental Health and Wellbeing Act. And I think that puts a whole other connection to community resources that we need to make that journey to in New South Wales. The Northern Territory Mental Health Act is the oldest act in Australia in terms of having not been reviewed and rewritten. And I know that will be connecting to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander mental health issues. So telling the story again and again, I guess a carer that has known the consumer from birth to where they are today is obviously a very powerful advocate. But sometimes I have asked for things and we've only had them put in place 5 years later, 5 to 7 years later. It's like a really long journey for holding on to the hope that you will get there with housing, you will get there with a community support, you will find a psychologist that could be longer term than a 6-visit mental health plan. The other problem about retelling the journey is in regards to Thomas, he has often moved between different area health services. So that is a whole new team. That is a whole new telling the story moment. And then you can't reconnect to the caseworker that's been really effective who's now not in the current area health service. Yeah. So anything that's national, anything that brings a directory together, I think that is a huge game changer.
Thanks, Therese. I think I've got time for a couple of questions. So if people would like to share, do you have an example of where you've, if anyone's got a time when you actually heard your story heard and passed along, or conversely, where not having that story remembered and shared has been a challenge? I'd love to hear from you, and perhaps, what will good, warm referral and connection look like if we get it right? So do we have someone?
Yeah, we've got a few people with microphones. I think Rachel is posing the question to the audience rather than the question posing to you, Rachel, but I like that angle. Yeah. It's all right. So Gus, we've got, where have you got someone here? Fantastic.
Hello, everybody. My name is Louise. A lot of emphasis goes on finding the correct help, like you've been saying. Now, these doctors that you're constantly looking for the help, number one, half of them don't bulk bill now. Secondly, I was in the system for over 30 years, pushed from doctor to doctor to doctor. And then they said to me that the bigger the audience, the bigger the act with me. And 30 years I was badly diagnosed with an illness that I didn't have until 15 years ago. I saw a doctor and he said to me, "You've got schizophrenia." And what he said was he put me on the right medication. And now I only need to speak to him twice a year on the phone. And I'm on right medication. And not only that, the psychiatrists don't have to go for exams at the end of the year, whereas pharmacists, nurses, other health professionals have to go and do exams. A lot of the doctors I've seen weren't up to date on their studies. They put me through hell. I was screaming out for help. They kept saying to me, the bigger the audience, the bigger the act with me, and I was in agony. I became estranged from my family. I suffered in my academic work, and I found it so difficult to just sit down with somebody who really listened to me. And if you knock the doctors and criticize the doctors, you get a bad name. They don't want to hear that they're not working for you. And they don't want to hear that they should be having more exams and keeping up to date on their work. And I've got great doctors now. I'm on great medication, but it took 30 years to get to that point. And I don't want anybody else in this room, whether they're related to, whether they're a carer, or whether they have a lived experience, to go through what I went through.
Thanks you so much. Wow. I mean, that is such a powerful encapsulation of what we saw in this project. We heard that many, many times from the consumers we talked to, particularly women who often, in a crisis, will find after the fact that someone in a hospital has added a new diagnosis that isn't relevant, particularly with borderline personality disorder, which carries a whole lot of additional stigma with it, can mean that the next time they go to seek help, they're treated in a certain way on the basis of a label. So one of the technical things that we're working on as part of this project, there is an international group that developed the technical standards for how information should move around. And there is work underway now that we're hoping to open up some co-design for on the development of a global standard for a consumer-built summary. Who am I? What's happening for me? And really importantly in this work, the first piece of feedback we've given is, how will we ensure that the consumer's summary of their health is not sitting somewhere way down below the clinical summary of their health? And how do we ensure that when consumers see something that is incorrect in their health record, that they have the ability to go in there and say so, and say that diagnosis is incorrect, that is not what I've been diagnosed with, to try and avoid this sort of situation of people being given a label that's not accurate. But thank you so much for sharing that. That's such a powerful example of what we're trying to change. There was over here.
Oh, hi there. My question is actually a little bit in line with what you've just come up with. What about having a capsule of information around the story of the individual that could be confidentially, but translated, instead of it being add-on, repeat, as a background story, instead of and that could be given to anyone that's appropriate, with some of the prescriptive medical history, I guess hospital stays, all together, under the freedom of information, confidentiality, whatever's appropriate, but instead of reinventing that wheel every time and telling the same story.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this is one of these, part of the solution's been built, but it's not fully in use yet. So My Health Record is the government's massive investment in a single health record. And show of hands, anyone used it, looked at it? No. Yeah. I mean, it's worth downloading and having a look. The thing you'll probably find is there's nothing in there, because many hospitals and clinicians aren't putting anything in. Government's trying to change that to move to encourage more people to put information in. You do have control in that record of who can see what and what's in there. At the moment, mostly it's not doing the job it should because the system isn't putting information in. But this work that we're doing with Graham Greaves, who's he's like the godfather of international technical standards, is about creating what I was saying before, a patient information summary for anyone with any health issue to tell their story clearly and design its standard so it can sit in my health record, but also design a standard that it could sit in the One Door system of record, so that patients always have the ability to create their story and have it be front and center in their record. It takes a lot, though, for these things to be deployed. And I think, the challenge is that at the moment, as we heard from Minister Jackson, a lot of system design and redevelopment is still racing ahead while these fundamentals haven't been built. So one of the things we're doing at SANE is really advocating for fix some of the fundamental stuff and prioritize that, so we don't keep building new service systems without the information able to be connected. But in particular, we're advocating around this use of a consumer or patient-generated summary and the ability to go in and amend health records. I think it'll be a game changer. I can't promise it'll happen fast.
Yeah, maybe a university could start something with it as a template, because I know if I've got my own story, and when people ask me questions about it, I don't want to revisit it, because all it does is relive the trauma. And it would be nicer to say, look, here's my story.
Yeah. I mean, because SANE is a digital provider, we are hoping to be one of the first organisations that trial it. So I guess stay tuned. We've got a newsletter you can sign up to on our website. But that is the kind of work we're doing. That's how we see our role in not purely being a provider of support services, but being able to create the kind of community where we can connect people with each other and with peer support, but use that as a vehicle to advocate for systemic change. Because otherwise we'll still be here in 10 years' time talking about how things don't connect and how we haven't been heard. So I do really encourage you, as Therese said, saneforums.org. You can find me on there. I'm accountable to the work that we do. You can tag me as Rach Sane CEO, and many people do. There's great discussions in the Advocacy Hub. We have a specific space where you can talk about the things that need to change in the system. And that's what we look at when we're going to meet with government. That's where we get our advice from.
Fantastic. One last question. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. This question was actually for the minister, but that's relevant to everything that's been discussed now here. I was wondering if there was a way for the government to encourage private psychiatrists to bill more patients. I am a carer for my son who was diagnosed initially with narcolepsy, and the medication somehow gave him hallucination. He was then diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar. We've been in the mental health system for 13 years. I became a volunteer care advocate right from the start because I wanted to learn as much as I could to help support him. We went through the revolving doors of psychiatrists in the public system, of waiting, of wrong medications, of accidents with medications, of the list is endless. And it's just pure luck that we found a psychiatrist, a private psychiatrist who took on my son a year and a half ago. Now, the One Door NDIS coordinator that my son had is witness to his story. He completely changed. So his life turned down, up since he's been with a private psychiatrist. He's treated him like a person, not a patient, focusing of all his abilities, what he envisions for the future. You would see a picture of him, and we nearly lost him 4 times, by the way. You would see a picture of him a year and a half ago, and today, it's just a new person completely, and nothing but talk and listening and suggestions, and also slight changes in the medications, like as in lowering it, because it was on a huge amount that you wouldn't give a horse. Just because in the public system, all the registrars, nobody would want to take him off, but we're always asking me, why is he on so many medications? He doesn't need it. So I just think I really feel we've been very lucky. I really feel for all the people who do not have a regular psychiatrist. I know that most private psychiatrists can bill. It's at their, what's the word? I forgot this discretion, that's right. And I wondered whether the government could actually give them incentives to do so, because more so in a period where most psychiatrists actually, we're lacking of psychiatrists in general. But it's all about that follow-up, and I'm sure that all the safe havens, everything that's all the community involved will make a huge impact and huge difference on the future of people who are or starting their journey in the mental health issues and recovery. So anyways, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for that topic and your question. Private psychiatrists are covered by Medicare. They are also covered in the safety net, depending on how long you have to see them. You can reach the safety net and then have all your private psychiatric costs covered. But that's, envisaging an intensive period of seeing them once a fortnight, once a month for a number of years. Also, okay, we're going to find you come through that process, you recover, you get very well, you see them less. You then need to step in and have community support. You need to have ongoing support for any stigmatization, for different settings you go into, like workplaces. You can become a mother or a father. You might go on to be self-employed. You're going to need other psychiatric supports on that journey, particularly if you disclose to the people you work with, to your future partners, to your children. So even when you have that intensive period of private psychiatry that works, there's still another journey ahead of you. My private psychiatrist takes me 6 weeks to make an appointment for. I know I need other sources in that interim that's going to get me through. So it's a very interesting journey, and we're all on this together.
Thanks, Therese, Minister for Lived Experience Advocacy. I want to thank you also for the question and for sharing that with us. And, what a difference getting the right help makes, and it shouldn't take as long as it does. I really identify with what you said about your son. You wouldn't recognize me earlier, either if you had a photo of me when I was really unwell. And I say that and you think bullshit, but it's true. I used to say this to Janet Ma back when we worked together at the National Mental Health Commission. If you could dig out a photo of me when I was 13, 14, 15, and at points in my 20s, you wouldn't pick me for a CEO. And I think, we all kind of understand how important it is to get the right help and the right mix of help, and particularly just getting the right person to help who'll really listen. And that can be really individual for people. So we do try to offer that through the guided program at SANE. As I mentioned, after 1 July, it'll be available to anyone over 18. If it's complicated mental health for you, then you're eligible. That's it. That's the limit of the eligibility criteria. If you've had a recent suicide-related crisis, we don't turn you away and send you to Lifeline. And you can choose from free counselling or free peer support to make a plan to work on your goals. So that is one way we're trying to bridge that gap. I know that as part of the election announcements, there were also announcements about more Medicare mental health centres to give people free access to bulk billed psychiatry. That's not going to be quite the same as, what you've described, finding someone who's, the exact right, like continuous relationship. I think that's still going to be a challenge and something we need to advocate for. So again, I encourage you to join us on SANE forums in the Advocacy Hub. We're building capability within there, not just to talk and listen to the stories and form advocacy, but actually to use more of our sort of survey tool approaches to really capture what's important to consumers and carers and have that inform what we take to government and what we take to the media. But yeah, just really, I think unless the wand really works, free psychiatry and free psychology everywhere.
Well, that's right.
That's probably what I can give you today, but know that that is what we do at SANE. We work through our incredible partner organizations. We are consumers and carers ourselves. We listen and we take all of that into every meeting with government to try and change the system itself. So thank you very much for having me today. It's been great to be in this room in particular.
Please.
Thank you.
Well, let's keep the discussion going. We've got one more speaker before lunch. I'm just going to put this down. I'm excited to, we've got a really great bunch of people coming to speak to us. I feel very privileged to hear from them. I'm about to introduce a beautiful person who I have known not only through Mind Australia, but also through my role as sitting on the board for Perinatal Anxiety Depression Australia, so PANDA. Ellie Hodges is the CEO and founder of LELAN, and she will talk about LELAN. She's a recognised thought leader of lived experience-led transformation system change, and she is the founder of South Australia's peak lived experience consumer organisation. She combines her personal and professional and socio-political worlds to do this with a focus on innovation, social justice, and leading together. Through LELAN, Ellie has visioned, led, and partnered with others on numerous cutting-edge projects to strengthen lived experience leadership and reshape systems to better meet the needs and preferences of people most impacted. Please welcome her to the stage. Welcome. Yeah, you've got a magic wand.
Yes.
So, question is, you've got one ability to use it. What would you want to do with it? What wish would you want?
It's a big wish, but I would like our systems to be more human and to bring humanity to it, because that's what is actually required.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie.
Thank you for having me here. It's always an honour to come and talk and speak. Same thing. Sorry, there's not much room for me to put my paper. So. I have some slides and I have some thoughts. I always over-prepare. I will let you out to lunch, just letting you know that. So I'll whiz through some and linger in other parts based on just how it's going. Acknowledge that we are on the lands of First Nations people. The land was never ceded. My own education of myself, because we have a responsibility to learn ourselves, is that there is a much richer, more deeply felt approach around social and emotional well-being that we can learn from the longest surviving culture on earth that enriches my own life and my family's life. It's important for you to know a bit about who I am so you understand the perspective I'm bringing. It hasn't changed. There we go. Lived experience leadership is about bringing our personal, professional, and socio-political worlds together. Personally, I identify as a queer woman, but I have happened to be in a heterosexual relationship for 29 years. In the picture, you see that we have 2 children. You won't see their faces because it's not my call to publicly show you them. They don't complete me and they are not my everything, but they are also everything to me, my children. I've grown up in a family that I intentionally live interstate from because of hurt. I still have a relationship with them because I want my children to have connections that I haven't had. Professionally, I am clinically trained in psychology. I am therapeutically practiced in NGOs and privately. I now lead a lived experience-led organisation and have walked away from that and walking beside people because the system kept thumping me and it kept thumping others and I couldn't ignore it anymore. And I feel I have a lot of privilege and I have a lot of smarts and tools that I can use in that area. Lived experience leadership is also about our socio-political worlds. This is a justice piece for me because the justice system will never give it. I do have privilege because of these positions that I bring. My voice gets heard. There are others that can say the same things that won't. It's my responsibility to bring others with me. I'll share some things today about myself. You may think you know me. You will know more of me, but you'll never know all of me. So be respectful of that if we engage in chat afterwards. Sometimes my presence is a provocation, and that can be a hard place to live. What I'll be sharing today, The nuance of lived experience, just so that you understand what I mean when I say that, and trying to give a bit more vocabulary and articulation. The challenges of working for change, I'm going to whiz through that quicker than my slides will depict, just because of time probably. But what provoking and disrupting change and innovation actually means and could look like for everyone, and the keys for what is needed for us all. With the nuance of lived experience, these are slides where I have the dolls, the Russian dolls, babushka dolls. Because all of us in this room, no matter the positioning we all have them inside. Myself, on some days, I'm forced to pull them out and line them up. Other days, I choose to do that, even when it's highly uncomfortable. And I don't really feel the out and proud, yay, I have lived experience, because the shame I still live with, and some days I can't look myself in the eye. They are there even when I don't lay them out for anyone to see. It's in my being, it's in everything I put into the world through my breath. With lived experience, I love that we are in a place when it's being disclosed and shared so much by people in power and in different ways. It's a testament to our society and growth that people can do that and not fear greater discrimination or harm. But what we know also, because it'd be hard to see a 30-year-old and meet them and learn them a bit, and them not be able to say they have lived experience of something, because life can be freaking hard for all of us at any point. But when we talk about lived experience in the way that I am, it's with a capital L and a capital E for expertise, when it is an application of our personal lived experience for the benefit of others. It is a technical skill set in its own right, and it is a growing discipline. There's also lived experience leadership, where we share our platform, bring others with us, contribute to the movement, and remember that it's a movement where we started and where we need to remain grounded. Within this as well, even as a lived experience person, we are allies, allies to others with lived experience, allies and partners with others in the sector. Part of that allyship is promoting the perspective, insight, experiences and oppression by white society for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Their definitions and scope around lived experience acknowledges the impacts of colonisation and how oppression has been built into our systems, and they bear the brunt of that. I will always ally my Black friends. The biggest challenges for lived experience and working for change within our communities is that lived experience is really misunderstood. Little L, little E is often mistaken for big L, big E, and that's not okay. Just having lived experience doesn't mean that it is integrated into your decision-making, your advocacy, your representation, your work practice, your governance, your leadership. Just because an organisation, and this is from South Australia, they say that there's 73% of their team have lived experience. That is well and good. It doesn't mean that lived expertise is in their organisation. We need to be savvy and cautious about that. There's lots of words happening at the moment, but lived experience has been reduced in some ways to our stories only, connection and compassion. But lived experience and peer work is so much more than that. Within that at the moment, it's become a commodity, which means that my life and what we speak to and the service use that has happened as a child and an adult is just about money for others, forgetting the human that I am, the dignity I have, the rights that should be mine always. It's been colonised greatly, increasingly, and by those not with lived experience to try to tell us who we are and what we should be allowed to do. Within that and within our community also, increasingly and harshly and concerningly, lived experience is being weaponised by the lived experience community as well. It shouldn't be us versus them. It's about all of us together with the different expertise and skills and knowledge we have. Lived experience is a change agent position. I think that's something that can be really lost when we see it about practice or about speaking about our stories only. It's no longer about us when we do that, it's for others and who comes next in their service use. Change work is personal and it is political inherently. We come to this work for different reasons. Before I said that in some ways this is my justice work that I won't get any other way. Within this, there are people with lived experience that have different levels of visibility and profile. I have a bit of one that sits extremely uncomfortably with me and goes against every grain of what my lived experience and history tells me. As my work world has got bigger, my home world is very small with my fave 3 at home and our puppies, particularly Eagle Piggle, even though you're not meant to have favourites. There's some things about lived experience and the dolls inside that we still try to protect because of agreements we've made with ourselves. And some of those, the depths of them, make me who I am and do what I do. And it causes pain, even though it heals at the same time. The invisibility comes also with the protections that I have made in agreement to myself for perpetrators, because I am fearful for their safety at times because of what my father may or may not have done. Particularly when he also sought legal advice to have me disclose their names, and I refused and continue to. This work for me isn't about me, it's for all of us who have the dolls that are never shared. Those people I will always ally as well. There are structural barriers, not just social ones. The lack of belief in people with lived experience that we can lead without others also. We can, because we're here, whether we know it or not, whether the dolls come out. There's structural tokenism, the lens of surveillance and inquiry and manualising humanity. I spent a lot of time, my husband and I joke about hotel, Ward 4 GP is where you go for eating disorder support in South Australia. The model that I went in and still exists predominantly, they've made small shifts, they say, is from the 70s. It's a bit outdated, non-contemporary. The first 4 weeks of my stay of a 6-week program, when you go there, you're not allowed to leave your room except for 3 15-minute showers a week. Where I used a pan to go to the toilet is where my husband sat when he visited me. And because I was great at gaining weight when they wanted, because you sign a contract to gain 1 kilo a week, they then had to measure everything that went in and everything that went out as well. The accountability back to lived experience is not there. There is no redress for our experiences within the system or by them. The biomedical dominant paradigm impacts everyone. We also seek it and perpetuate it. Did I need health support? I needed human heart and connection. Clinical governance trumps everything, as we know. When this happens, we are not seen for what is inside. It becomes about the person in their practice, potentially covering their butts. The risk aversion and blindness to the harm, the lack of dignity that I've experienced, increased my shame and how I live. And some days I'm not sure if the shame that I feel most is from my abuse and the unsafe house that I also lived in with my father, or if it's from the system and what the help that they tried to give me. So there's some of the challenges, it's a bit heavy. So there's always disruption and innovation that can transform things. The way that we can do this, some work that I've really had the privilege to lead, but over 200 people around the country contributed to lived experience governance framework that launched in 2023. This was clinical leaders, policy leaders, project leaders, lived experience leaders, where a lot of these words are said, but the sentiment and the value base that underpin them are not delivered on. Lived experience governance very much brings to the core people, their identity, their personhood, their rights, their justice as well, and the accountability that is lacking. We don't just need learning cultures within our systems, we need accountable cultures. And we need ethic that isn't about ethics to a board that is far removed. It's the ethic of caring for our human friends and loved ones. Systems change seems hard, but we fail because we go low level. When something happens, we think about a policy that we could put in place, or we could educate people and improve practice, or we could shift where money goes and put it over here rather than there. The reality is that until relationships and connections and power dynamics shift, the change won't last for long, or it will keep perpetuating the biggest issues that exist. And ultimately, we need to change the mental models and the way we think about things to get transformation. It's noticing what is invisible to many that needs to occur. Within the article, this is from a fabulous article, The Water of Systems Change, where those things come from. And they give an example from the US where there were 90 organizations, 14 communities, 10 years, $1 billion. And when they looked at it all to improve the health of the young people and the well-being of the young people in that area, they said with all of those resources, at the end of the day, that plugging the voice, I'm really struggling because I'm now middle-aged, my optometrist tells me. And so I can't actually read this slide when it's on the screen. But I can read my paper if I do this. Plugging the voice of the community into the right kind of political power grid will do more to create health and wellness than any other single intervention. That's why lived experience is so important. We are the voice of the community. We need to plug it into the political power grid. We need our allies and partners to walk beside us when we do that. The leadership and collective action that is grounded beyond ego and human to the core is what will do that together. Within that, we can't rely, because it feels like lived experience is the answer to everything right now. But it can't be. The burden and responsibility of that is too great when we are under-resourced, under-supported, and not given the right platforms or people getting out of the way to enable us to fly and bloom and do it ourselves. Within this, there is a huge burden, an emotional load, a labor, a toll that it takes. This has been the best work I have ever done, and the people that I've met along the way are incredible and make me who I am. It's also the worst work I've ever done and the hardest work I've ever done. But within that, it's also been the easiest work ever done. It's walking contradiction and conflict that we feel in our body as well. I already have a frayed nervous system, and my job and my role and my leadership phrase it more. It's healing. It keeps me going. It's how we encourage others to do that in their lives too. For lived experience leadership, other work that I was privileged to work on at LELAN and lead is identifying what lived experience leadership is. This was in partnership with UniSA. It's the values up the top and down the bottom, staying peer, sharing power. But the things in the center about bringing lived experience strongly, standing up and speaking out, nurturing connected and collective spaces, leading change, mobilizing strategically, championing justice. We can be hard for services and the sector and the system to listen to us and be with us. We are persistent. We continue to ask the same questions. We don't go away. We may seem radical some of the times and, oh, that's a bit too much. But we are not doing our jobs if we are not doing that. That is inherently what lived experience leadership is. So if you are inviting it into your spaces, That is what you're inviting to. And you need to do your own work and prepare for us to be present and do it effectively. Our work is always built on the shoulders of others, and they pave the way. We all pave the way for who will come next. I have a commitment to community, and I'm accountable to them, not my funders, which goes against the green as well. So lived experience-led initiatives may be different in how they try to build their evidence or encapsulate the insights gained and what the benefit will be. When I think about this also, and increasingly so when I do training, supporting leadership development with lived experience leaders, is that I think sometimes, and I did this with the lived experience governance framework, thinking maybe the naming could have been different. When you look at those qualities in the social sector, it's really just about leadership and good leadership, full stop, to do those things right now. Within lived experience spaces, when we talk about leadership and governance, we get a bit hung up thinking that it's just about the lived experience workforce and designated roles. In actuality, lived experience governance and plugging lived experience at all levels across organisations and the system is about the people using services or impacted by the policy. That's actually the lived experience component that we are speaking to. And so leadership that is about centering lived experience, standing up and speaking out, nurturing connected and collective spaces, leading change, mobilizing strategically, and championing justice is what we need of all leaders to be doing. There is a framework. When we go systems change, transformation is really hard. It can feel insurmountable, but there are frameworks and ways that we can learn from, leverage, adapt, and integrate into our practice and skill base. I actually don't believe that lived experience, in terms of how we are currently doing it, is the panacea. We need various skill sets and experiences. We need different tools. Last year, I led LELAN through a strategic planning process, and we have an end game strategy. My hope in 50 years is that we still have designated lived experience peer roles, because it is a discipline and skill set in connecting with people that is different. But all of the other work that I do, I would hope isn't needed, because lived experience governance and what is so core to it is integrated and embedded, and our systems are more human, and everyone can human in their own beautiful way. Collective impact is something that I live and breathe through the work that I get to do. This can be a frame of how we come together across divides, across labels, across hardship, across injustices that we all feel in different ways. Finding a common agenda that is out there and does exist, about working together, coming up with shared measurement that is lived experience co-developed and led and adopted. It doesn't really exist measures of success about service use. It's all clinical and led by the top, pushed down. What would measures from the bottom up look like and be? It's knowing that what happens in one part of the system affects another part elsewhere. How do we actually activate that increasingly rather than by random? Communicating about those, spotlighting the good. Sometimes it's really easy to just pick up on the not so good. And it has to have a strong backbone. Through LELAN's work, we act as a backbone in our state, and we're really fortunate to work deeply in Victoria and Queensland as well. But thinking about leadership and disruption and innovation, it's not just organisationally where we need backbones. We can do that as an individual. We all have a backbone. Do we use it and stand up to champion the justice, to lead change, to mobilise strategically? It's how we advance equity by learning together, aligning and integrating our actions to achieve collective impact, not individual, not ego, human to its core. This is part of a vision that sector and lived experience leaders developed in South Australia when we asked about what is the vision for the system that is required. Collectively, this was derived. Collectively, it will be realised. Through taking action together, a more holistic approach will guide change and ensure that our language, power, and mindsets shift beyond biomedical and illness-dominated narratives. Upholding rights, giving control to people to determine their own lives, and authentic co-design are essential foundations of the changes we seek. Services where people are valued, compassionate care is standard, and accountability exists, offer people seeking support a better experience of care and better outcomes for their lives. Systems are strengthened when discrimination and tokenism are minimised and where people's dignity is prioritised. This is a vision that we can get around for change and take action together. The backbone I talked about before and how we use it and the leadership that we take on the skills, attitudes and qualities reminds me of a quote by Brené Brown where she talks about a strong back, soft front and wild heart, which I love those framings. And I recently said I need to make that my next tattoo. I just don't know how to draw it. If anyone has ideas. But it's with all of the dolls inside, if we have that strong back, the soft front and the wild heart, and this is Brené's words, the strong back is grounded confidence and boundaries. The soft front is staying vulnerable and curious. The mark of a wild heart is living out these paradoxes in our lives and not giving into either or bullshit that reduces us. It's showing up in our vulnerability and our courage, and above all else, being both fierce and kind. This is what the system needs and what we can do to bring the changes of that vision. I love the water of systems change. I've also threatened to get this tattooed on me. I use it every single day in my work in advocacy and trying to bring change. I'm thinking about the different layers where we need to act and influence and have impact. Kenya and co, who wrote this, they are actually evolving it, and I love the evolution. Because it used to, the yellow box, when I shared this slide before, said mental models. I hear increasingly so, lived experience is so important. We need to develop the peer workforce. They are loose words that can be meaningless when they are said, because people give the pretense that they understand what we are talking about and like they are supporting us. But when it comes to action and delivery and resourcing, there is just complete falling short around that. But what this shift, so mental models, we can fake it, I guess. But what this evolution that they're talking about is embodied understanding, where it's not just a concept that they can latch onto and say the words. It's the knowing deep in the body of what it means and then making it their legacy to making it be delivered on. And this is a quote from a different thing, a different resource, but understanding, and you'll know about in your own lives when you have deeply understood something, the difference that it makes. Understanding is a full-bodied, full-blooded, fully passionate process that reaches down into the visceral depths of our incarnate experience and connects us functionally to our physical, cultural world. All of us have an embodied understanding of the current situation in our systems and our services, our organizations, our own practice, our own lives. What is that embodied understanding, the knowing in your bones that you have, that you can connect to, that relates to the dolls in your life and the dolls inside that you can bring out into your leadership and your presence in the work and the life that you live? The last quote that I'm about to share is from an incredible writer and practitioner who entered mental health services as a teenager and essentially was told her dream of going to university and studying to support others were dashed because she was given the diagnosis of schizophrenia. She was told she would be dependent on her parents forever and that life was really over, not very hopeful things. She's now an international keynote speaker, a clinical psychologist who in the US talks about personal medicine coaches and does training around that. Like personal medicine just has like, that's heart stuff for me. But she also, in her writing, when she does that, talks about the difference between knowledge and wisdom. And it's this wisdom, not just knowing. Knowing is mental model. Wisdom is deeper within all of us. She talks about how medical practitioners, they have to learn about the heart through their training. And if they can say, this is a ventricle, this is an aorta, all those things, and that's the depth of mind, because I'm not a doctor in that way, then they are ticked off and they know the heart. That's knowledge. But when there's a greater depth of understanding, there's a wisdom that comes from it. And that it's that innate, deeper knowing that lived experience does that we bring in our presence. In wisdom, we would see that the anatomical heart, this is from Pat Deegan, which we have given our students to study, to know, is nobody's heart. It is a heart that could belong to anybody, and therefore it belongs to nobody. Wisdom would have us understand that there is another heart, the heart that can break, the heart that grows weary, the hardened heart, the heartless one, the cold heart, the heart that aches, the heart that stands still, the heart that leaps with joy, and the one who has lost heart. Wisdom demands that we teach students of the human sciences about the essence of this heart, the human heart, not the pump that beats in anybody, but the one that lives in my body and in your body. People with lived experience bring this heart to the table in our presence, even when it feels like a provocation. It lives us towards the vision that we can have together, collectively. To walk the path of change together is the only way. We'll get change when we deeply hear the truth of people's experiences with using services, when we embody the knowing we each have and harness that in our leadership and disruption and action. And it has to fundamentally be grounded beyond ego and human to the core. Thank you so much.
We have a few minutes for questions. I have many, but I'm not going to hold you because I can grab you another time. Am I on? Yeah, I'm on. Questions from the audience. Okay, I'm going to grab you then. In terms of, you spoke of the bottom up, and I guess that was the question I had in all our sphere of whether we're living, working, organisations, to the neighbour. What is it that we can do in our, I guess, our lives of control? To what does that look like? And when you spoke about being of those kind of things have been bottom up.
If we are hearing things from people directly about their experiences, it's thinking about within our scope of influence, how we hold them dear to us and use that in our advocacy rather than making it about training that we have or policy that we are bound by or ideas that a colleague had if they don't align with what people tell us their experiences are. An example of that is recently LELAN put out so for the past 5 years, whenever we've recruited people lived experience to be on advocacy or they do surveys with us, we ask a question that has been consistent over all of that time about what is one radical or innovative idea you have for improving mental health services in South Australia or around suicide. And we had over 500 responses over that time that we put together, and we just did quotes. And that informs our advocacy and our position now. So letting them tell you what your position should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'll allow you, Keith. Go for it.
I really liked your distinction between lived experience expertise, and lived experience leadership. What's the difference between lived experience expertise and lived experience leadership? What's the difference? What's the transition that happens at that point?
There is no threshold, and the people need to step into the leadership space themselves, I guess, is one thing. Expertise is using your lived experience for the benefit of others, and that can be through your practice and how you do things and decision making and way you think about things. Leadership, I guess, is a more developed, collective, potentially more systemic, strategic focus, but it's also very connected to movement and knowing when to get out of the way and support others to take up their voice and their place as well. So it's movement, greater, bigger, beyond.
Any final question from, oh, one more.
My name is Ethel. I find that every person, no matter who you are or what you have, we all in this world need to be noticed, right? And I think that is where a lot of our failure with mental health has come about. I really do feel that extremely. I have had mental health myself, had 27 years in and out of a mental hospital. I have had no medication or anything for 30 years, right? I help other people. But the thing is, why do we put a headstone on our grave? We've been here. So it doesn't take much to say hello to somebody, right? Whether you've got experience or not. You never know what you've done for somebody. Everybody needs to be noticed in this world. We all do. Every one of you here can say that to yourself for something, no matter what. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really agree with that. And I think that if people were noticed in their lives and for the truth of their lives and realities, so much would be different. If someone had noticed the girl that I was and I got the help early on, I wouldn't have needed mental health services. I wouldn't have been told that when I coped in the only way I knew how at the time with anorexia and starving myself, which has continued throughout adult life at various points as well, is that I needed that recognition. But what the system did instead, it saved my life and nearly took my life because I was told that I was wrong and sick and had an illness. But what happened to me was wrong and shouldn't have, and that went unnoticed.
Thank you, Ellie. Can you please give a round of applause to Ellie? I too am a Brené Brown fan. I do love her work. And for those of you who aren't, well, you should be. She's got some great talking, but strong back, soft front and wild heart, beautiful. We're about to go to lunch, but before we do, we have our beautiful illustrator up the back there who's been scribing away and making us look beautiful beyond what we are. So can we see a bit of what's happening? Let's have a look on the screens. There they are. There I am again. Could you not do me better from the previous year? Anyway, so he's been scribing all about the talks that we've heard today, and it's just wonderful to be able to see. So we will continue to scribe. That will also be a momentum that we'll pass on to the wonderful people who've given their time for us up on the stage, but also for the people who are here and in the audience. We'll be able to share that later, but it's a great way of being able to illustrate. So we have lunch. It's out in the restaurant, I understand. Back here at 1:30, please. Sitting down for some fun. Thank you. Nick Glozier is a professor of psychological medicine at the University of Sydney and head of the psychological medicine department at the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital. He is currently the principal investigator on 5 NHMRC Medical Research Future Fund and industry-funded clinical trials on novel agents, as well as augmenting behavioural and psychological interventions for complex mood and sleep disorders.
He developed Australia's first public sector clinic providing novel drug-assisted therapies for people with chronic and disabling treatment-resistant mood disorders. His teamwork on the implementation of research findings into public sector, sector clinical practice. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you. Now, you weren't here before.
Is that the talking stick?
No, it's my magic wand.
Oh,
yeah. So
very Harry Potter.
It is. Well, I went to Universal World and I went to Hogwarts and I got myself a wand. But the question we've been asking each speaker is, if you had a magical wand and could change or make anything happen, what would you do with it?
Probably give myself hair again.
That's a great response.
Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to do that amazing, well, not necessarily amazing thing. Maybe you'll hate this. I have no slides, none whatsoever. So firstly, I'd like to thank whoever was whooping up the audience just before me, because if you come on right now, this is like the dead time, really. That kind of 30, 40 minutes post-lunch, everyone's like, yeah, really post-prandial, all the glucose has dropped, everyone's kicked in. So thank you for whoever's whooping up everything before me. That's fantastic. So I have no slides, and really I'm going to talk to you about a number of different aspects of these novel medications. I'm going to use a number of different words for them. I'm going to call them new psychotropics, new medications. I'm going to go a little bit broader than classic psychedelics. And I'm going to start with the assumption that lots of you have heard something about these drugs and medications. A couple of you, or a few of you, may have tried them in non-therapeutic environments, shall we say. I'm not going to ask for hands up here. And that probably none of you have actually been treated with any of them, or if some of you have, it's... They are the magic mushrooms. So, anyway, so that's the assumption I'm going to be working with. And the ones I'm going to be talking about, the substances, the chemicals you might have heard of that I'm going to be talking about are the classic psychedelics, by which I mean psilocybin or, thank you, magic mushrooms, which also includes ayahuasca and DMT and 5-MeO-DMT, which is the one that you get from licking the toads up in Byron Bay, which someone died from last year. Which is probably why you shouldn't go around licking toads. So those are the classic psychedelics I'm going to talk about. The other ones I'm going to talk about is a non-classic psychedelic called ketamine that you may have heard about. And the reason why I'm going to talk about ketamine is actually that is far more advanced in terms of its implementation in the health sector than the classic psychedelics. What I'm not going to talk about is MDMA, because MDMA is actually not a psychedelic at all, but actually a lot of what I say also actually can be translated to MDMA or ecstasy. Yeah, MDMA is ecstasy. So, no, because that's got the mushrooms in it, and that wasn't very psychedelic. And that's only available in Victoria. Let's keep it that way. So what I'm going to start off with is... Well, I probably wouldn't necessarily, but so I'm going to start off with ketamine. Okay, the reason I start off with ketamine is that this has a much longer history of use therapeutically in our modern health sector. There's a therapeutic use elsewhere, but the ketamine has a much longer use. Now, ketamine, if you really want to know, it works through the glutamate system. It probably is a brain plasticity agent. All of the animal work that's been done around it shows that actually what ketamine does is it induces a certain degree of brain plasticity for a period of time after you've taken the ketamine, which is why when we're using it in our clinical practice, we, for instance, ask people not to go away and do immediate sort of trauma-focused therapy in the first 12 or 24 hours after ketamine, because you may actually be having a negative effect on the plasticity after that time. I'm about to tell you. Okay, so where the ketamine originally started off, it's when it was a kind of serendipitous discovery where people with really serious depression that was unremitting, were going in for an operation, and then they were waking up after that operation and going, I don't know what you've done to my knee, but my depression has gone. and their depression would go for 2 or 3 days, and then it would come back again. Now, what that tells you is, number one, is the psychedelic or the psychomimetic effect, the dissociative effect of ketamine is not required, because these people were getting the ketamine as their anesthetic when they were out of it in the operation. Anyway, so that was about 25 years ago, and there's been a very long program of work that's been going on about trying to implement ketamine. Ketamine is now indicated. We can prescribe it for treatment-resistant depression. So this is officially a depression that has not responded to at least 2 antidepressants. People may add in a course of therapy around that, but that's the minimum indication. So people for whom antidepressants don't work. Now, by the time anyone gets to my clinic, now I run a clinic, I've been involved in clinical trials in this area for over 10 years. And by the time people get to my clinic, which is the only public sector clinic in New South Wales. So as you guys are probably all incredibly aware, mental health care in New South Wales, in fact, in Australia, full stop, is inequitous. If you have money, you can actually get services that are not available to people who don't have money. This is the only area of healthcare that the public allow this to happen in. Yeah? If you have cardiovascular disease or cancer, you can still get the same services, but you might have to wait a little bit longer. For mental health conditions, we have a whole set of interventions that are only available to people with health insurance or the wealthy. And I find that incredibly inequitable. And so as part of that, one of the reasons why we're trying to set up a clinic is to actually be able to provide some of these interventions, because there is evidence behind them, for people who don't have that amount of money. And the 50% of people who don't have health insurance and can't turn up to Northside or St John of God and get those services. And, you know, that's kind of an important thing. There's a couple of other services now. So what you need for ketamine is you need to have a diagnosis of treatment-resistant depression. Now, the reality is, for most of the people that I see, that's kind of one of the many diagnoses people have acquired during their time, by the time they get to us. So people may have, you know, complex trauma, some PTSD that goes along with that, some OCD, substance abuse, etc. So people have many, many problems. We're seeing people whose lives are really quite blighted by sort of chronic psychological problems, often somewhat socially isolated, or sometimes quite frequently out of work. And so we see people whose lives are, you know, really affected by how their condition has affected them. And what the way that they come in, they get referral, they get an assessment, and we treat them for at least 4 weeks, because you need treatment for a certain period of time, up to 8 weeks, and then going on for up to another 2 to 4 months afterwards. Now, the way that the treatment with ketamine works, and you can give it in different ways. You can give it in terms of a nasal spray, which is called Spravato. Now, you may have just seen on the 1st of May, Spravato became available on the PBS in Australia. Yeah. So there's a nasal spray for treatment-resistant depression. You get 1, 2, or 3 sprays. It is now $30 is the fee, or I think whatever it is, $7 if you have the subsidized PBS, and that is for the medication. Or you can get another form of ketamine, which is the ones we get, which is given as either a subcutaneous injection or an infusion, and depending on which clinic you go to, they give these things slightly differently. And that ketamine's really cheap. That's off patent. That's like $10 per session for me to give that. The medication is incredibly cheap, and now the other one is subsidized. The issue is that giving it is not cheap. Giving it is expensive, because the requirements, so these things can only actually be given by a health professional. You cannot take these things away and give them to yourself. So there are some people who are handing out lozenges, and unfortunately, some of those, well, not fortunately, some of those clinics have been closed down. So the only way you can access these medications is actually by being engaged with someone who's, you know, a licensed practitioner who runs a clinic that can provide these treatments, because you have the treatment. So someone comes to my clinic, we give them the injection, you then go on a mild ketamine trip. You know, there's no getting around it. You're going a mild ketamine trip. Now, ketamine is not a true hallucinogenic. What it is, it's more of an illusion. It gives you a sort of perceptual enhancement. Lights are coming in and out. Noises go darker, or as the lights go darker, noises become really quiet, really advanced. Time kaleidoscopes. People come out, go, I was in it for like, I was only out of it for like 3 minutes. Like, no, it's about 45, or vice versa. So it changes your perceptions. Most people like it. We have a few people who don't like it, but most people like it. And you know what? As a shrink, it's quite nice to be able to give someone a medication they actually like for a change. That's one of the joys about doing something like this. So most people are, but you are having a trip for a while, during which time your blood pressure goes up. And so you have to be monitored. So you're not being able to give these medications at home. You have to go into a clinic. You have to be monitored by a nurse during the time you're having these medications. And you are with us for generally at least 2 hours from beginning to end. And that's the same for all of these clinics. So what that means is that the cost of giving these medications is nothing to do with the actual medication. It's to do with all the people that are required around it. So that's what makes these things expensive. And so if you go to Northside Clinic, it's something like $500 per session to get it, or your insurer's paying that. It might be a little bit less now that and even us, we actually, the only way I can provide this clinic on the public sector is by doing clinical trials and charging pharmaceutical companies for doing clinical trials and subsidizing my nursing staff to do this. The health department and the health system, New South Wales Health, are not interested in funding these things. They just are not interested in funding them because they see them as expensive. They don't see them as their job. And that's kind of sad. I mean, we get some support, but it's not part of the job. So we are delivering these. We are delivering ketamine, and we will deliver it. And, you know, we run trials around it. What are kind of the outcomes for ketamine? So in ketamine, I'm just talking about ketamine, just the drug itself. I'm not talking about any of the therapeutic aspects of that. So the outcomes are, if we get someone who comes in with treatment-resistant depression, about 30%, and I've looked at my own clinic data, and my own clinic data matches those of the clinical trials, 30% of people will get to a level of depression that we call remission. Their depression will be well. And we've also measured their disability and their function along the same time, and the function improves in all 6 of the domains that we measure at the same trajectory. So over the first 4 to 6 weeks, your depression and function, if you're in that 30%, improves quite dramatically. So it's really good for 25 to 30% of people. There's another kind of 20% of people who have a good effect, but not the kind of amazing effect that we see in that group. And we have some people who have yeah, you know, kind of like it, making a bit of a difference. And for 20% of people, it doesn't touch the sides. Does absolutely nothing. And we know that within 3 weeks. So by 3 or 4 weeks, we know if this medication is not right for you. And so by 4 weeks, which is why we give everyone a 4-week go, because actually you can't tell after the first or second sessions whether you're going to be one of the people who at 4 weeks has done really, really well. So you really need to be signing up for that 4-week trial, if you like. It's not a clinical trial, but it's a trial for you of having this. And that's also why if you go into the private sector to do it, you might have saved up your money, paid someone, I actually think it's unethical for these private practitioners who are offering these treatments are going, I've got enough to pay for 3 treatments, because you have no idea whether it's going to work. It's actually unethical to do it for less than 4 weeks. So that's why the system is. So those are the outcomes. So it's not a magic bullet, but actually for a number of people who other treatments are not working for, a significant number of people do really well. And we have to stop treatment because, of course, otherwise, you know, all clinics are like a sausage factory. You need to put people out the other end of it, and you need to discharge people. You can't constantly just take in more and more. So we have to discharge people. What happens when we discharge them? Well, we are seeing probably about half of our people relapse over the following year. Yeah. If I put my hand on my heart, I would say that I have a number of patients for whom ketamine is the only treatment that ever works. It clearly works for them, and I would love to be able to give it to them forever. But I can't, because I don't have the money to do that. I don't have the services to do that. I don't have the resources to do that. That's the reality. Sorry? it's too expensive. I don't have the staff because it takes staff to do this. Yeah, and so it is. So that's a difficulty. And and if you want to move on with these treatments, we actually need to be working with the government to go, how on earth are you guys going to help us fund the actual staffing to deliver these treatments? And then we get people who come back and start treatments over again, and you get the same results. So Northside again, the same results. Black Dog have a clinic that's doing. There's various places doing this. There's a number of private practitioners doing this treatment. At least 2 of them in New South Wales have been closed down because of unethical treatment. So the other thing I'd be wary about is this area, ketamine and the psychedelics. It's cowboy country. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who are not practicing very ethically, not practicing under good clinical governance, and doing things that, quite frankly, I think are just shonky, if you like. Yeah. So beware. This is cowboy country. A lot of promises, a lot of hype. But ketamine, it's here. It is here to stay. It is going to carry on. Then there is something called ketamine-assisted therapy, and the therapy part is really important for the next drugs I'm going to talk about. And there is no evidence yet that the addition of therapy to ketamine enhances the outcomes. So currently, the only evidence we have is that ketamine is fine on its own. You don't need to do an additional therapy. That being said, most of the clinics are actually at least integrating the timing of the therapy that people are getting, the timing of any counseling that people are getting, the timing of psychosocial support for the timings of when we have the treatment. So for instance, in my clinic, we want to use the plasticity that the ketamine induces. And so what we do is we try and get, well, actually, your brain is really plastic for 24 hours. That's the time to really utilize things, try and actually do positive things, try and get your family, try and get your support network around to actually do positive things, actually give you things that might get you a degree of enjoyment or engagement, because that way we might just slightly twist the way the synapses change so that your brain becomes more plastic in a good way. Because the point about a plastic brain is it can go both ways. Plasticity isn't a positive thing. Plasticity is just neutral. And so if you have a plastic brain, which you then traumatize, you'll make someone worse. So you've got to be quite careful about the timing of what you do with these things. So having said that, we currently have a program going at the moment where we are co-designing with my lived experience group who've been through our treatment program, a behavioral activation program, a group behavioral activation program to be timed with this and then test that. We all think that therapy will help it, but we don't know how much, and the evidence is not there. So if someone tells you you've got to have ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, say, well, you don't. You can actually just take the drug. So that's the shelf ketamine. Ketamine is here, and it is not going anywhere. And because the government has paid the PBS, S-ketamine is very much here as well. Spravato's here. That is here to stay. And in terms of eligibility, I say treatment-resistant depression is the official term, but there's lots of people with lots of complex psychological problems. Currently, no one is giving it to anybody with schizophrenia. I will take people who've had psychosis within the context of a depression, but not schizophrenia. And we are currently rolling it out in a trial to people with bipolar disorder. But currently, no one is probably giving, well, no one should be giving it to anyone with bipolar disorder for their bipolar depression currently. Now, I know probably a couple of people are, but they shouldn't be. Because if something goes wrong, well, everyone gets taken to the cleaners. Yes. Oh, I can't hear you. You're going to have to... The cause of the psychosis is probably irrelevant, in fact, and the more that the psychosis is biological, if you like, so if it's actually you've got a brain, underlying brain pathology, so it's a stroke or MS or traumatic brain injury or epilepsy, the less likely I would be to give it to you. Yeah? And yeah, so it's... because, it's talking about trigger. And in fact, we have good evidence that all of these hallucinogenic drugs trigger psychotic episodes. And there's a huge study that just came out of Canada right at the end of last year, showing that if you've never had a psychotic episode and you are taken to hospital having had a hallucinogen, that triples your risk of developing schizophrenia. Yeah. So, so people are really, really wary about using these drugs in people who've had psychotic episodes. I've given it to several people who I know have had low-level psychotic episodes during their depressive episodes. I've given it to one person who was schizoaffective, and what ended up was a really serious self-strangulation attempt whilst sort of dissociating psychotic in my clinic. So I don't go there anymore because that freaked everybody out. Yes. Sorry? The effect of?
In that situation.
Okay, right. So then we go to the classic psychedelics. So who's heard of Silas? Yeah, sorry, I missed you, sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'll go over that. Okay. So, no, that's a perfectly reasonable question. So the doses of ketamine that we give are low sub-anesthetic doses. So you're not anesthetized. Yeah. So the most we go up to is 1.2 milligrams per kilogram. Most of the time, it's incredibly safe. But the reason why we monitor it and the why I do it in a clinic is because we are monitoring this over time because there are potential toxicities. So in the substance using group, these people use 10 to 20 times the dose that we give on a daily basis, huge doses in the party scene. So the doses of ketamine are so different. The people who are in K-holes at these raves and things like that are using a level of ketamine that I wouldn't touch in a country. You'd be with us for like 6 months before you take the amount of ketamine that someone does over a long-term rave. It's that level of difference. And so there is that aspect of that. The toxicity, so we see blood pressure going up. So I am wary about anyone with uncontrolled blood pressure, for instance. The final bit of toxicity that we have never seen, and actually is of a bladder interstitial problem, i.e. a kind of an inflammatory process in the bladder. And you do see that in long-term party users of ketamine. I've never seen it in my clinic. Northside have never seen it in clinic. We've treated hundreds of patients. Sorry? The heavy party use might do, but yeah. So the question is, we don't know right now whether or not, if you give someone ketamine, say, because I move down, we don't give it twice weekly all the time. We start off twice weekly, we go to the weekly, then we might go to every sort of 10 days or 2 weeks. But we don't know, we literally don't know, but we're monitoring all the time with our long-term users, whether people are developing these bladder problems. So it's a perfectly reasonable question. It's an out there question at the moment, but we are not seeing it so far. We're certainly seeing symptoms, but then, people get bladder symptoms all the time. It's really hard to differentiate. But we have not seen that toxicity, the actual real problem that you get in these really high dose party users. So that's a great question. So thank you. Thank you for bringing me back to that one. Anything else on ketamine before? Because I'm happy to incorporate the questions into this. Anything on ketamine before I get to other drugs?
Biological psychosis, you're less likely to give ketamine. So if you've had depression and you've had psychosis in that depression, you wouldn't.
No, I've given ketamine to several people who fit that category.
Oh, you have? You have?
Yes.
And they've been okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So people who've had a psychotic depression, if you like, that's the sort of term,
Yep.
which is purely confined to the depressive episode with no idea that it's sort of related to a schizophrenia or a schizoaffective disorder. I have given ketamine to people, but we go into that quite carefully to make sure that is the case.
Right. Okay.
So for me, that's not a contraindication. I think if you ask Colleen Liu, I'm pretty certain she would say the same thing. Yeah.
An old psychiatrist I used to see said the mental illness is the breakdown of the biochemicals in the brain.
Well, it's like, that's one explanation of it. Well, there's lots and lots and lots of different mental illnesses, and some of them I think would be characterized by that, but there are many that are not. Okay.
Can I ask,
Yes.
you mentioned earlier about the percentage of people that were likely to respond to treatment. Do you have any idea why some people respond and some don't, or is it random?
None whatsoever. We actually, there are, you know, we've had thousands and thousands of people use this across the world. So in psychiatry, our ability to predict response to any treatment is almost zero for any treatment whatsoever. In much the same way, you can't really predict cancer treatment unless you know the sort of genes with certain kinds of cancers. And it may be that that may change, but the reality, you know, we know that certain people over the course of certain conditions will do better or worse, but on any particular course of treatment, we have almost no predictive ability to tell you, is this, you know, is this antidepressant the right one for you or not the right one for you? We might be able to do some genetic testing to know, are you a fast or slow metabolizer and know what dose it is, but whether it's going to work, we don't know. And, you know, anyone who tells you that kind of stuff is pretty much lying. We do know a couple of things. We know that if you're on benzodiazepines at the same time as ketamine, that probably reduces its effect. I'm not a benzodiazepine doctor, no, but thank you. And the other thing that probably does that is that bizarrely, although ketamine is used for pain disorders, we find that people who are on high-level opiates for pain disorders, people who come in from pain clinics, don't do very well. Those people who come in on really high level of opiates, chronic pain, they are not doing very well in our ketamine clinic. It may be just because we're not using enough, but those people, again, those are the two groups that we don't see very well. In terms of who does better, really can't tell you. There is some improvement in suicidality that we see, disability, etc., but that's really where we are in terms of where things are going now. Anything else on ketamine before I move on? Sorry. Okay. All right. No. Okay. Oh, no. Sorry,
hello. Hello.
Can any? There's a
hello. Hello.
There's a parliamentary inquiry tomorrow into the workers' comp. Yeah. Do any of you know this? You know the workers' comp is changing. So the draft bill is out, and I've got to get back at 3 because we've got to finish off our submission to the parliamentary inquiry about this, because they only released the draft bill on Monday, and they gave people such a short period of time, and it's radical changes. Some are good, some are awful. Right, okay, classic psychedelics, okay? These are the hallucinogenic ones, yeah? Magic mushrooms, psilocybin, ayahuasca, DMT, you know, and, you know, there's a story about them, you know, they've been used for millennia for people, and certainly many populations around the world, you know, where I grew up in southern England, you know, come October, it was magic mushroom time. You know, these things have been used for a very long time, and they've been used in various rituals, in various healing processes, various trance processes. Actually, bizarrely, Australia is almost the only continent where there is no history of its use whatsoever, which is kind of interesting. Probably because there are almost no plants. There's a tiny bit in acacia, but basically nothing else in any of the Australian plants. So there's a lot of stuff around, you know, plant medicines and all of this. Always remember that anything you're going to get that's treatment is not a plant medicine. It's something that's been synthesized in a laboratory. in terms of this. Hold on a second, just let me finish, because I really have no, please let me finish, because I've got a little time. No, you can't, because I'm going to let me finish. So where are we? So you've probably seen a lot of the hype about this. There's a lot of drive around this. What has been conflated are two things, which is the difference between the use in a sort of personal self-exploration way by people who don't necessarily have really serious chronic illnesses. And, you know, you see the tech bros, you know, going, oh God, I've had this fantastic experience. I went down to the Burning Man conference. I had this amazing experience with psychedelics. I understand myself more. Everyone should have this. And that's the tech bro view. And then there is does it work as a treatment for people with serious illness? And these two discourses, these two things have been completely combined in the media, and working out the difference between the two of them. So $6.5 billion has gone into the new pharmaceutical world to develop these new medications. The tech bros are piling into this, you know, with hundreds of millions of dollars. And as we know, the tech bros really don't give a shit about anybody, really, do they? So there is, and we're seeing some of this come out in some of the problems. However, These drugs are going to be emerging. They do have use. They do have evidence. If you take psilocybin, it's not psilocybin, and that's the key thing. The people are going to Burning Man and taking it and doing these kind of things. In terms of its treatment, it is psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. Everyone keeps ignoring the psychotherapy part of the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. It is two things. And so the program is, so we are doing these in trials. You will have 2, 3, or 4 sessions with particularly trained therapists who will go through a very sort of slightly different, much more sort of analytical values, not really trauma-based, but really go back to sort of, early childhood, really sort of core schema that you have. It's not behavioral, it's not analytical, it's not even trauma-focused, like I say. And you go through that, and a lot of it is looking about preparing you for the treatment. So you'll have a certain number of these sessions. So of course that is a cost. And this is the same is true for all of the different psychedelics. Then you have a psychedelic session. And what that means is you come into a room, and there's this thing called set and setting. Have you heard of this, the set and the setting? So the set and the setting, the set is the therapy that happens beforehand. It's the preparation. The setting is where you do it. And of course, it's all in lovely, comfortable woo-woo rooms that look like your average spa. Yeah. Even I managed to turn a clinic at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital into a room that looks like a Byron Bay spa. So it is possible. And then you are given the particular substance, and there are myriad ways of doing this because of course none of these substances are on patent. So the only way any drug company is going to make any money about doing it is by working out all the different ways to do it. So you can do it intranasally, intravenously, subcutaneously, different things. So there's a lot of testing around that. You have the medication, and the amount of time that you have your psychedelic experience depends upon the particular type of medication. So if it's a psilocybin, you're probably having a 6-hour-long hallucinogenic trip. If it's DMT, it's probably about 90 minutes. If it's 5-MeO DMT, which we've given a few times, that is rocket fueled. It's 45-minute roller coaster. I mean, literally, when we give 5-MeO DMT, I can sometimes hear people howling down the end of the corridor, actually. It's not all nice. That's the other thing. These things are not always a pleasant experience. Quite frequently, they are a highly unpleasant experience that you may not remember. They often frequently cause nausea and vomiting, particularly the short ones. During the time of the treatment, you have 2 therapists with you. You have your primary therapist and an associate therapist. They are with you the whole time. Having had that, you then have 2 or 3 psychological integration sessions to put together your experiences of the hallucinogenic trip with your other life experiences, with your values, with what's going on. And then you generally repeat it all over again. So you have 2 of these. So as you can imagine, that's quite an expensive thing to do. It is available. So currently in Australia, work all over the world, Australia leading the world in psychedelic therapies. We're able to prescribe it, blah, 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 blah. 112 people in Australia have currently been given in a clinical setting, a psychedelic, 112 in a year. Not a lot. Primarily because it's really hard to give, it's really hard to bring in the country, it's really hard to import. And that program I just told you is $20,000. So if you go and get that in the private sector, it's $20,000. If you want me to do it, I've got to find $20,000 worth of resources from the health sector to do this. These things are really hard to deliver. So the reality is, unless something radical, and this is not the cost of the drug again, it's the cost of the people. So, and if it's an MEO DMT and 5-MeO DMT, the shorter the trip, the less time we have to pay someone to be with you. So it's a bit cheaper, but not a lot cheaper. The outcomes of these, and then the outcomes are kind of interesting. So the head-to-head trials have showed that most of the treatments are done. So there's a whole bunch of things where these treatments are done. The trials are all done in white middle-class people in America. So there's a real issue about the diversity of the people in these trials. Yeah, so there's almost no Hispanics, no Black people, no Indigenous people in any of these trials. Most of the people have not got treatment-resistant disorders. They've got normal disorders. And if you look at the head-to-head trials, the trial compared to escitalopram or Lexapro showed exactly the same effect. So some of the trials show that you get a bit more of an effect, and it may be around a dosing. So firstly, these medications, the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, we are pretty certain is effective. Yeah, it is effective. It's effective for a certain number of people. It's probably going to end up looking a bit like the numbers like the ketamine fact people I told you about earlier on. It doesn't work for everybody. For some people, it works amazingly, and it really does. You look at some of the early London trials. For some people, literally recovery. And the key point, of course, is that you have this treatment program that may take 2.5 months or so, and then you don't take medication again. So you're not on long-term treatment. So this is the big selling point. This is the big attraction for this. You're not on long-term treatment. Now, of course, as people have gone on, people have started to see people relapse. And of course, that's to be expected. You know, things happen in people's lives. Things happen that affect them. And, you know, that's perfectly reasonable. We have that. Doesn't mean that those things didn't work in the first place. It just means that, you know, people get unwell again. None of these are licensed. So these are licensed under a very specific program. They're not funded by the PBS. They're not funded by the TGA at all. It's very expensive to do. Currently, it's only psilocybin. I can't give MEO-DMT, 5-MeO-DMT. You can give MDMA. The psychedelics are mainly indicated for the mood disorders again. And again, I think the indications are going to be very similar that we just described for ketamine. MDMA, the ecstasy, is for post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is being pushed really heavily within the veterans and military population. The reality is that both of them probably have a crossover, and they're probably fairly equally effective in one group as they are in the other. And of course, when I look at my clinic, the number of people who have both PTSD and depression is just huge. You know, the comorbidity is crazy between those two. So what have we got? So we've got issues around the cost. We have issues around the translating the evidence into practice. We actually have evidence of even getting the stuff into the country. We have issues around training the therapists. And you might have seen there's been some real issues around the underreporting of the side effects in these studies. So one of these types of medications got knocked back by the American FDA because the companies that were pushing this, which is MAPS in this case, were underreporting and hiding the side effects in their trials. So a lot of the background of these medications are of practices that aren't necessarily dodgy, but certainly wouldn't be considered industry standard because it's coming from another area. Now, some people may not have a problem with that. Many of us do have a problem with that. There have been issues around sexual abuse and abuse of participants while they have been out of it. Because, of course, if you're there with a single therapist and you're out of it for 6 hours, strange things happen. And there's a really big case about one woman who was then taken in by their therapy couple and ended up living with them in a farm in Vancouver, etc. So there's issues around that. There's issues about the kind of therapy. So what is going on in the therapy? So there's a lot of touching, pressuring, a lot of the therapy, you know, there's this sort of birth canal release, energy releasing therapy, stand grafts. Some of this stuff is really quite out there, and some of the practices that are taking place there are, I think, things that in any other form of therapy would not be allowed at all clinically. So there's issues around what people are doing in the therapy. So we have a lot to sort out in this area. That is probably less true for MDMA than it is for the psychedelics. And I would envisage that in the next 2, 3, or 4 years, the evidence will be there that these medications will be on the PBS in Australia. The key question, exactly like ketamine, is that if we want to be able to get access to these treatments, not the medication, is the sector actually needs to come together, because pharma are not interested in getting the whole treatment program. All they care about is the medication. Yeah? So to actually get the treatments done, what we need is you actually need a whole sector approach, everyone coming together to go, actually, we need to work out how do we get MBS items to enable doctors to do things? How do we get MBS items to enable nurses and allied health professionals to do the other aspects of treatment? How do we get the MBS items to enable the therapy to be reimbursed for this? The prep sessions. You know, we'd have to create an entire new program to enable 8 hours of psychotherapy to be reimbursed under the PBS. So there are really, really complex system questions to be answered if we ever want to see these things. So there's a lot of hype about these. There's a lot said about it. There's lots and lots of wealthy people chucking money in this area. If we want to actually see these treatments, which I am certain will be useful for a decently sized minority of people with serious disorders, we actually really need to get together and work together to be able to access these, or else it's just going to be yet another example of another intervention that people who are not wealthy and with health insurance just cannot get. And I think that's not so great. So please, when really over the next few years, it'd be really good if we can actually come together as a sector to try and push governments, both state and territory, and the New South Wales Health Service to do this. If this is something you want, I don't want to push it on you. I don't, you know, if you're interested in it, that's great. I think it's going to work. You guys may have very different views. I hope I've convinced you that these things will have a role. I've also hoped I've convinced you that these things are not a magic bullet and there's a lot of hype about it. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm just going to move this chair forward.
That's all right. I'm going to say thank you. That was brilliant. And you've all used up the question time that we had afterwards.
Perfect timing, you guys. Look at that, 3 o'clock, looked up.
But you can find Nick obviously on just work with University of Sydney and also
our clinic. So our clinic's really, really hard to find. But what I will do is I will send to One Door. We have a QR code for anyone who's interested in our clinic, and then maybe you could share that with
Absolutely.
me.
Absolutely. So please, round of applause. Thank you, Nick, and thank you also for your work around giving input to the new legislation that the government is proposing. So we're heading into the final, but this is the way I think every single session we've done has been pretty awesome, and we're ending it off with something that's very, very close to my heart. Open dialogue. I won't share the news of what open dialogue is because there is a beautiful 2 people who are going to come and speak to this, but I know there's a number of people in this room who would know about open dialogue. We at One Door have been very committed to open dialogue, and we have trained up our staff in our medical, Canterbury medical, Medicare. Gee, you'd think I'd get that right. Medicare Mental Health Centre. I liked it when it was Head to Health. Anyway, and the team love it. The people coming through the service love it. It's something that I think as service providers, we should be really thinking through of how we can get this going in our services. So, and I was very much also in local health district land. So I'm a very strong supporter of open dialogue. I'm going to introduce you to 2 people who are going to take us through this journey. Anne-Louise Biddle is the Head of Strategy and Improvement at the Open Dialogue Centre, Australia. She specialises in health system redesign and improvement. She's a speechy. I love speechies. Speechies are great. Speech pathologist by background, has worked about public, not-for-profit, private healthcare for the last 25 years. She's also been the manager of clinical operations at Northern Sydney Local Health District and a director in the healthcare team at Deloitte Australia and national manager services planning at Calvary. She is committed to helping clients to tackle the issues that impact individuals, families and communities for sustainable health and wellbeing system for all. And one of the One Door crew, Rafia Marsh, who's the service manager. Well, there's a few cheers for that. And for Anne-Louise as well. She's the service manager for our Medicare Mental Health Centre and also our Headspace at Campbelltown. She is as experienced in 20 years. She has a master's degree in Gestalt therapy and is currently completing a master's in social work just because there's not enough to do in life. Rafia is passionate about promoting a relational approach to mental health services, focusing on building strong collaborative relationships with clients. And guess what? She likes crocheting and has a deep appreciation for music. So please welcome them up on stage. I have the magic wand. So Rafia, One wish, what would you do with it to make it change anything? Come and speak up. Use the one.
A never-ending amount of cake.
Oh,
love cake.
Right.
Yes, I just
Right.
want to eat cake.
Okay. Anne-Louise?
Oh, mine's going to be about open dialogue, that every service implements open dialogue and it's well funded.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to leave you to it. And if I could just ask, we hold questions for the end, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, just let me work out this. Thank you, Kathi, for that nice introduction. So I'm Anne-Louise Biddle. I actually used to work with Kathi back at Northern Sydney when I was working. Can you not hear me? Sorry, I'm a bit little too. When I worked with Kathi, when I worked at Northern Sydney LHG, when I worked in strategy and funding, I have spent, as Kathi said, a long time in service planning and redesign. But I must admit, I came to Open Dialogue Centre. So I'm the strategy and implementation lead at Open Dialogue Centre. And I must admit, very passionate about change and a different way and a different approach for working with people with mental health. I have to introduce, so I'm here today because of Keith Bryant, for those who know you, who's the CEO of the Open Dialogue Centre, which is a not-for-profit, and one of our main funders and our chairman and our board member is John Grant, who is up the back there, for those who know him, who is a funder and backer of the Open Dialogue Centre.
Okay, I'm Rafia. I work at One Door Mental Health. I manage the Headspace Campbelltown Centre and the Medicare Mental Health Centre in Canterbury. And I have been supporting the implementation of open dialogue at our centre, our Canterbury Centre. So how come it's not changing there? Oh, I just noticed that. So it's changing on here, but it's not changing on the screen. Try the next one.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you good?
I've got the
Okay.
clicker.
So we will talk about what open dialogue is. We will talk about the key principles of open dialogue, where it's being implemented and the impact it has had so far on people who have experienced it. And we also will talk about why we decided to implement open dialogue at our centre. And we're going to share some wins, some challenges, and we have a testimonial from a consumer, and we also have some feedback from the staff as well, from the team. And then we'll talk briefly about where to for us next in terms of the implementation.
Sorry. So what is open dialogue? Open dialogue, it's a person-led relational approach to healthcare. And it originated in Finland. And just look, I've just got one quote from Speck and Ravini way back in 1969, who said that the therapeutic benefit and potential is really activated by gathering a person's social network in the same place and at the same time to strengthen connection and to support recovery and well-being. So at the core of open dialogue, it is about a social network and it is about bringing people together. It's a philosophy and an approach, but it's a way of listening. It's a way of connection, bringing everybody's voice into a room, bringing people together, and it's a person and their chosen support network. It can change over time. It's at a time and place, but it really is ensuring everybody's voice is heard in shared conversation. It's about nobody coming in with pre-planned agendas, and it is about coming together and together, having a conversation and discussing and making decisions together. At the essence, it does have two practitioners or two people that will facilitate, so trained facilitators to facilitate meetings. It can be two practitioners. It's been more and more, it's evolving, and especially in the UK, where it is a trained, it's a practitioner and clinician as well as a peer worker. And really, it's becoming more and more recognised. It's recognised by WHO now as an approach that elevates voice, agency and the rights of a person and their networks together. And it's been called out in Royal Commissions. Now, a Royal Commission in Victoria have highlighted it as an approach, a different way of working with people and their networks in the mental health space. Some people call it slow psychiatry because it is a way of stopping and listening and being present. Go to the next one. Just to go through the technical, it's really, well, what are the 7 principles of, I guess it's up here, 7 key principles that underpin open dialogue. I would say the first 5 are about how you organise a network meeting and more the network meeting, and the next 2 are all about the approach of it. So it's, and a lot of this is in other services as well, but it's about responsiveness is the first one, which is that the first meeting is arranged as soon as possible, which most services will do that anyway. But the next one is the social network perspective, which I said, which is bringing together a person's support network is involved as agreed and chosen by them. It's flexible and mobile, so meetings are adapted to the needs of a person and their support network, and is often, network meetings often go a lot longer, which Rafia will give you more detail about their service. There's responsibility, so the network and the network facilitators, they accept responsibility for coordinating and ensuring integrated and coordinated support and getting all the network together. There's that whole basis of psychological continuity, so continuity of care, that the team does take responsibility for ensuring continued care over time, and can be a base when people, even if they're discharged, that they can come back to their network facilitators at any time that they need it. And then the last 2 are, as I said, is more about sitting with it and being more able to have that tolerance of uncertainty, that where possible, that you don't go in with pre-idea, a team doesn't come in with any idea of diagnosis, and it's all about coming in with no agenda, planning it together in the meeting, what are we here for today, and being present for that person. And it's about, they avoid premature decisions about the nature of crisis, diagnosis and medication. And it's more about expanding the dialogue. So facilitators are there to help ensuring everybody's voices are heard, everybody's participating, and that they're expanding the dialogue with open questions, responsive listening, and really ensuring that there is engagement and involvement by all. So where is it being used? I'll start with Australia. There's a growing movement in Australia. It's certainly initially probably started out in the Alfred Hospital, who are using it within their inpatient service and expanding it out with their community service. And that is led by somebody who's sitting on our board too, Dr. Paul Denborough, and Rachel Barbara May. Rachel's not on our board, but they are trained in open dialogue, and they've been implementing it through the Alfred, and they're probably the key contributors to the Royal Commission in Victoria. The Statewide Women's Health Service in Victoria are using it as an approach, and more locally now, after Rafia's team had started to implement it, and then with me and Mark Hoffenbeck, who's our head trainer, who is an open dialogue specialist, we've been helping go on the journey with Rafia and her team. But it's recently Tanya Boyle from the One Door PIC service, and is part of Central East Sydney, PHN Sydney. We've just started on a journey with them. Excitingly, we were actually looking at this approach as a community-based, place-based approach in the Shepparton, Goulburn region in Victoria. And I have been working along with our team and Mark to take a community-based approach, and working with service providers all together to look at a open dialogue approach for young people. We're leading off with CAMS and the FOIA service, and looking at a real integrated pathway, but a proper connected integrated support system that looks at, say, the Goulburn region, what they're doing is with the CAMS team, setting up a peer-supported open dialogue team in the service, and then they will be the linchpin and connection to all throughout the community, and they would actually respond and go and ensure there is continuum of care and continual supports and all services working together and community and lived experience. So we're on a journey with them, and there's a long way to go, but it's a really exciting project that we're working with them. And then in education, it's been used in a school in the Blue Mountains, Coralwall. They're an independent school and they're looking at expanding that out. And then it's just been supported by the Open Dialogue Centre. And then internationally, there's a peer supported. So there's the largest ever randomised controlled trial in open dialogue in the NHS at the moment. It was a 5-year study and it's all about a peer open dialogue team sitting in 5 NHS services. And that is actually, it probably equates to about a $5 million Australian in terms of a randomised controlled trial. We're waiting for the results, and the results are due to come out soon. And then in Europe and as Finland, given it originated, and others. Just the impact, some of the early results from that Odessi trial in the UK, and can always send that stuff out to anyone once we get the results. We are all still waiting, but some of the early indications are from that study is there are fewer hospitalisations. There are reduced reliance on mental health services because people are starting to sit with their network and they have ongoing support. There's lower use of antipsychotic medications. There's increased engagement in a person and through their network in work and study, stronger family and social connections. There's higher client and family satisfaction, better engagement with services, fewer adverse events, and greater reflective practice among practitioners who do it. Improved staff satisfaction and retention, and more we're finding staff are starting to say there's better alignment with their workforce, with their values, and why they joined this area in mental health services and mental health care in the first place, as they really can go back to traditional, to ways of sitting and being with people. I'll hand over to Rafia. Yeah. Yeah.
So why open dialogue? We know that the relationship between a practitioner and the person they are supporting is key to the success of the intervention provided or to achieve outcomes on their recovery journey. We also know that many people who enter the mental health system stay in the mental health system for a long time. And we know that when they come and see us and then they go back to their environment, and if their environment is unstable, then they start back to where they started from. So open dialogue offers a dialogical approach, which is based on an equal relationship between the practitioner and the person we're supporting. It's based on authenticity. It's based on mutual learning. So it made a lot of sense for us to implement open dialogue. And we also include the network, the people in significant others in that person's life, in their recovery. We know a lot of carers talk about being excluded by services. So we make sure that they are included, of course, with the consent of the person we're supporting. But we do a lot of social network mapping with them. And we have found that some people at the start would say, oh, I have no one in my life. And when we start doing the social network mapping, they start realizing that I actually have some people in my life that might be key to my recovery. And by doing that, we minimize the use of the reliance on services in the long term, because they now have a support network that is in their life that is supporting them and supporting their recovery outside of our service. How we did the implementation. So we did a one-day workshop, and that's how we started, by just a soft introduction to open dialogue. We followed it with a 4-day intensive training on open dialogue for all of our team. We also stopped doing client reviews. And the idea behind that is a client review is about talking about the person. What we do instead is intervision, which is a process that the team participates in on a weekly basis. It helps the team process their experience in relationship with the client. So rather than talking about the client, we're talking about our experience in relationship with the client. It helped our team bond, and it helped us support each other, and it helped us learn more about each other and support each other's practice by being there for each other. We also started doing client review meetings in the network meetings. So instead of doing a client review meeting with all the team sitting around a table talking about someone who's not even in the room, we now sit with the person, with their networks, and we talk about what would you like to see happen here? What would a care plan look like for you? So we're doing it with them, not to them or about them. And then I started working closely with Anne-Louise on reviewing our guidelines and making sure they align with the open dialogue approach, which we are consulting with our consumer and carer group, reference group, about to make sure that the implementation is not based on the professional service making decisions for the community. It's about us working in collaboration with the community to implement this model at our centre. And we also receive regular clinical supervision to support our practice by from the Open Dialogue Centre. These meetings happen about once every couple of months, where we can ask questions about if we are unsure about a certain practice or and he also observes our intervision and supports our practice in intervision to make sure that we are still supporting each other. So this is a journey of a person that might access our service. We take walk-ins, self-referrals, which can be over the phone, an email, or they can come through the central intake line for Medicare mental health centres. Once we receive the referral, we make contact with the person. We let them know that we received the referral, and we start doing this network, the social network mapping with them during that very initial phone call. Once they identify people that they would like to invite to their meeting, then we set up an initial appointment where we meet with the person and their support network and start talking about what may be some concerns that they are coming to us with, what would they like to see happen, and what would a treatment plan or a care plan look like for them, and who would do what in that relationship. We also, we do some individual sessions still at the moment. Don't know what that's going to look like in the future if we will continue with them. But for now, we still do one-on-one interventions as well as the network meetings. And then we do an exit planning meeting 1 month out of from when we have to exit them, to allow them 3 weeks time without supports, supported by their support networks, but not by our service. And then after 3 weeks, we give them a call and we check in. How is the progress? Are you supported well enough without our service? If they are, that's great. They can be discharged based on a decision made in collaboration with the person. But if they feel like, no, I still need more support, then we can have another network meeting and see what is missing, what needs to happen here for them to be able to be supported by their support network and not rely on our services. There are cases where the people require longer term supports than we can offer. And this is when a decision is made during a network meeting with the person about what services might be beneficial for them. And then a warm referral is made to that service. Okay, so some of the wins we have achieved, we noticed the team feels that they're able to slow down now and be more present. So through that relationship that we've developed with the clients or the people that we support, we are able to sit with them and be fully present with them, because now we're not worried about what is my answer going to be? What is my strategy going to be? What is my support plan going to be? Because the decisions are made by the network. The responsibility doesn't sit with us anymore. It sits with the person and their support network. We are just there to listen, be present, and facilitate that conversation. Yeah, we learn and grow together with the clients and with the team. So when we're in that space with the client, it's not about what they learn from us, it's about what we learn from each other. It's about that shared space and experience that we have with each other, including their support networks. We have been able to establish stronger relationships with the people we support. We have been able to make better connections, and you will see in the testimonial how the people that come to us now feel warmth, they feel welcomed, and they generally have a positive experience. We have been able to, well, not us, the people we support have been able to achieve great outcomes based on the supports they received from our service and their support networks. Some challenges are mainly around resources because at the very start, it's resource heavy. We're using 2 clinicians to facilitate the meetings. Our meetings are much longer and slower pace than they would be normally in a standard service. Having said that, we are finding that because we're establishing these strong support networks, they don't need to keep coming back to us. So in the longer term, we are saving because there's not a heavy reliance on services long term. And another challenge that we have experienced and continue to experience is the relearning, because we all know, especially the ones of us that have learned CBT, for example, and ACT and DBT, you're often going in with an agenda. You're often going in with a plan in your mind. Okay, this is what we're going to do in this session. While in network meetings, we go in and none of us know what is going to be discussed in that meeting. It could be a total surprise. It could be nothing that we had in mind, and it could be something that we did. But either way, we go and sit with uncertainty and just learn from each other. So this is the testimonial from one of the people we support. Honestly, I had 2 of them, but I've been told that it's going to take too long and we don't have enough time for them. So we will play one of them, and I hope you enjoy it.
You found was your experience with our service, particularly the relationship that you had with our staff?
Well, with the staff, I think just from the beginning, I felt really welcomed. I felt held in a way. I think I was very vulnerable when I came in, and it felt really nice to be in the space. And even after that first attempt and going into your premises, it was just nice to feel listened to. But it was a couple of days later when you first called me, and I was in my lounge room, and I just started to cry. And I don't know, in a way as well, even when I hadn't met you in person, and I always like to see or to have a conversation face to face rather than with a different device. It was the beginning of the release, and maybe a way for me to trust something new and something different, and I just started to trust you guys straight away because I felt held in a way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Could you tell us a bit about your experience with involving your partner in a meeting with the service?
Yeah, so I think it was really nice when you first prompted for Victoria to come in, because I think we had been well, talking broadly about everything that was happening personally, so at work and mentally and whatever. So I think just prompting that interaction of having Victoria around, even when it was just very brief, or I mean, it was just for that one session, but I think it was beneficial in terms of I was telling you about Victoria and I was telling Victoria about you. So just having that moment where we could connect, I just think that's important because it just felt more expansive. It was not just about what we were discussing and what you were suggesting and what I might be taking from our interaction. I think it was a good way as well to feel that the support I was being given by Victoria at home and with you guys and all the strategies that you were able to share with me. I think just having that personally, since I really like to have these interactions face to face, just having Victoria around was another layer that, in a way, maybe all the therapy and all the things that were encased in that one room and with that interaction with you, I could then, okay, take them to my relationship and keep on broadening it. I think that was really good.
Having that sort of extra layer and that extra layer of support, being able to take what we'd worked on and more easily use that in other areas of your life.
Yes.
Was there anything about that that surprised you, or maybe with your experience with other services that you found that was unique about that opportunity?
So I haven't, my experience with therapy is very limited, and but it was I think it was a stepping stone, because now, I mean, we're facing something different emotional states and mental states, and we're actually trying to think if we can access a place where we can both talk to someone and use a mediator of sorts. I think sometimes we tend to get to, well, at least me, I get too much in my head, and then maybe the dynamics in my head might prevent me from sharing something or doing something. So having a mediator, I think with the experience that we had with you, at least, it was a good start of, you know, learning about different strategies.
And now sort of with a new need, being a bit more open to seeking support as a network rather than just individually.
Yeah. Like in all ways, I think that one of the many things that were clear with our interaction was that individual therapy is really good, and may as well just have the therapy with those people that are intricately involved in your life, because I mean, it might be scary at times, but there is ways to untangle little things.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you wanted to add about your experience with the network meeting?
When the three of us were together, you mean?
Yeah.
So, well, this is just not, I don't think just particular to that interaction, but I think that's just, I don't know if that's you personally, but I just think that in amongst all those conversations, I was just surprised with your commitment, because I always felt that we were sort of going over time. And just the thought of that just makes me really emotional, because I don't think that, you know, it just reinforces that fact that, or that idea that you're doing something because you're passionate about it, but you sort of, in a way, you care. I don't know how to say it, but it's an experience that I've never had in Australia, where everything seems to be so plain and set and
a lot more structured and sort of more rules.
Structured, yeah. And it just felt that you were given a bit extra, and I think you did, and I am partly here and in the way I am feeling because of all those conversations. I don't know if that's a good thing to add, but that is something that I just need to get that message across, maybe just to you, but yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate you sharing that sort of personal experience there. Thank you. I might turn the recording off at that point. Is that okay?
Okay, so as you can see, he felt warmth, he felt welcomed and held. And we believe that has a lot to do with our approach, our dialogical approach, and our way of establishing really strong relationships with the people we support. Some of the outcomes were not just limited to the people we support. Our team experienced very positive outcomes as well. So as you can see here, these are three testimonials from staff. The first one says, from the beginning, I felt a strong connection with the open dialogue approach, having personally experienced the power of authentic relationships as catalysts for meaningful change and recovery. We're still in the early stages, but already there have been little moments of magic. The second person said, we've been introducing network meetings over the past few months. While the concept felt unfamiliar at first, it's now become our preferred way of working. These meetings are incredibly valuable. They allow us to work directly with the client's support network, helping us understand what they truly need, what supports they already have, and what other supports are required to strengthen their network. Our weekly intervision sessions have also been a powerful space for reflection, deepening our awareness of ourselves as clinicians and support workers and the way we practice. And the last one was, adopting a dialogical approach has been uncomfortable at times, sitting with uncertainty and bringing more of myself into the room, but ultimately satisfying. I'm grateful for our team adopting Intervision as a space for support and reflection on this new way of working. Hearing positive feedback about clients' experience with network meetings has also helped me to build confidence in the model. So where to from here? We are going to be participating in an evaluation, I believe. So we want to be able to measure the impact that open dialogue is having on the people we support. And I'm secretly hoping for qualitative and quantitative. We continue to receive training and clinical supervision from the Open Dialogue Centre. We are reviewing all our guidelines and practices to make sure that they align with open dialogue. And we have 3 staff members who are attending the Open Dialogue 1-year foundation course, with the hope that we can then be skilled enough to be able to support any new recruits and provide ongoing support for our team. And that's us, I think. And we're happy to take any questions.
So we have literally a couple of minutes, and that's terrible because this is about dialogue. But what I'm hoping that Anne-Louise and Rafia are going to hang around afterwards. But we've probably got one question we could ask.
It's actually not a question. It's my experience. It's a very positive experience. So I've first heard about open dialogue in 2015 through Satu Beverley. And I loved the idea straight away. And we were at the beginning of our journey with my son. So I decided to implement it. It wasn't implemented in the system anyway. So I just thought I'm going to try it. And right from the beginning, my son and I built this trust that I would divulge everything in front of him and him as well. And this way, doctors were obliged to have me on board because he wanted me on board. And little by little, it's been the case manager, a beautiful care advocate, Loris. And the journey has been much easier that way. And we have had a fantastic relationship all throughout it, which is not obvious, I understand, but it worked well because trust was there. So, and all the team was involved more or less, but there was still a lot of a hiccup. I think your organization is probably very, I'm sure is very well organized, not like we were back then. So yes, it's a very positive and I recommend it to anybody.
Thank you very much for that testimony. So can you give a round of applause to Rafia and Anne-Louise? Can I encourage you to have a dialogue, a conversation with them? It's wonderful that we're implementing this at One Door. So I'm just going to go over here. Here's my mic. How's the art looking, Mike? Let's have a look. Belinda, there you go. We all get a coffee. Look at that, looks fabulous. Come up with one idea. We're all there. Shuffle and swap. I think people will go away from today thinking we all shuffled and we swapped. That is awesome. Can you please give a round of applause to Mike? It's awesome to have it in graphic. I'm very much one for illustration, but also in that digital space. It's great. He's up the back. I'm sure he'll give you a card if you're interested. So thank you very much for that. Yep. I'd like to thank you all for coming. We are about to have some afternoon tea. You're very welcome to stay. Can I just have a few moments just to say a few thanks? I'd like to say thank you to those of you who've joined online. We've tried to get to your questions. Sorry, we couldn't at all times, but thank you for coming online. I'd like to thank my Melbourne Mine colleagues. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting us. It's been wonderful. You will be able to access the recording through YouTube. So we've got a YouTube channel, One Door. So please go, I think a couple of days, maybe next week, Gus, it'll be on. When it will be on, yep, about that time. Fantastic. The speakers have been great. I have really enjoyed listening. It has very much been thought-provoking. It's challenged us. And that's what we try and do here. I also want to thank you to the different voices and being able to hear the different people in the room as well. Thank you to the Pullman for hosting us today. We are very eager to hear whether we got it right today or whether, you could have changed it a bit or this. On the back of the programs, and Gus will shoot me later because I didn't promote this earlier, we've got a QR code. Tell us, give us your feedback. How could we do this better? We very much want to make sure we improve it for next year. I want to thank the special people in One Door and the Mind Australia team for planning and supporting the event. Please, a round of applause to them, especially Gus and Valerie. And special thanks to, as I've said, Mike up the back, Dennis, who's been doing our streaming, Shalom. We've got some music happening later out there, so please join. Milo, as always, love your work. Taking photos. And thank you all for being here for 2025 One Door Mental Health Symposium. We are hoping to continue this in a year's time. So thank you again, and please join us for afternoon tea.